Good morning. My name is Břetislav Dančák, and I am Vice Rector for Internationalization of Masaryk University. It's my honor to welcome you all to our third annual online event of EDUC Alliance. This event is held in a very important period of development in Europe, and I am really proud of the fact that the Czech Republic is a leading country as we round the Council of the European Union for this part of year. I think I can speak for the whole Alliance that we are excited to have you here. For those who are not yet familiar with what is EDUC, the abbreviation stands for European Digital University, an alliance of 8 partner universities that spans almost all corners of Europe: Czech Republic, France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, and from next year also Spain and Norway. During the first 3 years of our cooperation, we managed to reach quite impressive goals. And even the world pandemic hasn't stopped us. On the contrary, it might even boosted our activities because, as the name suggests, our mission is to create a shared academic space that is open to everyone with the help of digitalization. Past 3 years saw the Alliance establish a joint virtual campus, create tens of virtual exchange courses and short-term mobility formats, host research seminars with hundreds of participants, and publish almost 60 joint publications. All thanks to the hard work of the local teams of EDUC universities. And I have good news that it doesn't stop here. Our activities will continue from January 2023 when the new funding phase begins. So make sure to follow our website and social media for the new international opportunities within EDUC. Through the day, you will have a chance to learn more about our alliance and what it has offered to thousands of students, scholars, and staff. These opportunities can be divided into 3 main areas: virtual and innovative mobilities, European identity and intercultural communication, and research meets education. EDUC has organized many interesting mobility opportunities, from virtual mobilities to summer schools, all from which you will hear testimonials of students and staff who participated in them. Language tandems, intercultural communication, and associate partnership possibilities have contributed to a sense of European identity. And we have not forgotten about those interested in research either. Students and staff could have participated in the online course about critical thinking, research internships, and research cooperations of various topics, such as combating human trafficking in the European Union. So, the opportunities for international cooperation and exchange were indeed ample, and my colleagues will present them here today. I hope you will find the program of our online event interesting and inspiring, and hope to see many of you in the next few years during EDUC activities. Thank you for your attention. And now let me welcome the first speakers, Lily Nager and Nicole Divou from University of Paris, Nantes.
Hello, good morning and welcome everyone. So I will start presenting because I have a little presentation. One second. Okay, can you see this presentation? Nicole, can you just give me a thumbs up? Yes, perfect. Okay. So I was asked to tell you a little bit about my personal experience with the EDUC gap year. And I have to say, when I was asked, I was happy because I'm really enthusiastic about my program. But I also was a bit shy because I said I'm actually not a perfect person to talk about because I'm quite unorganized and always late with deadlines. And actually, they told me that this is perfect because this way, if I made it, I can be a good role model for all those that maybe have doubts on how to organize it. And if I can make it, then you can make it. So let's get started. I will briefly talk about what is the EDUC gap year. They have a lot of other programs, but since I am doing the gap year, I will focus on this one. So it's a program that allows you to study for 1 or 2 semesters in another country and another university. Basically, you'll do a gap year, so you'll be allowed to study outside of your normal studies, but you cannot count it to your regular studies because it's really just for you, your CV, and to be able to maybe study something that usually would not be part of your program. So the information you find here, you will find it all online as well, and I will put the links in the end of the presentation. But in general, it's really a program to strengthen your alliance maybe with other countries, to feel part of the Europe Union, to broaden your skills beyond your existing majors, and of course, broaden your international experience. You can further your education, learn or improve the languages you maybe already speak. And of course, it's always good to connect. And it's really a program for all kinds of bachelor's, master's, maybe even a PhD. Exactly. So for the gap year, for all those questions, again, there's much more information. I'll just give a quick information in case you have not heard about it at all until now. So you can study most of the courses that are offered without any prior knowledge because, as I said before, it is mainly for studying outside of your usual studies. So for example, if you're studying biology, you might start studying maybe languages or, I don't know, something completely different. And this way, understand it as well. In my case, because I study in France, I need a French B2 level, but I'm pretty sure if you go to another country, there will be other language requirements. How do you apply? It's very, very easy. There's an application form. Then you have to write a cover letter in English. You will probably need a language certificate if you go to another country with another language. And you just have to prove that you're a student and that you're still studying. What should you consider when making the decision? I will talk about this more a bit later. But basically, they give you a scholarship. So they really give you money to go there and study there. Of course, you will have to consider the time because it counts for studying. So if you have a deadline or if you're really keen to start working, it might be an important point. And then, as I said before, you don't get credits for your usual studies, but you really just study for yourself, in your CV, in your knowledge. And again, I will speak about this a bit more later. And then after the application, it's a very typical steps, which means there's some bureaucratic steps, but really you have a lot of time and a lot of help. So it's all very doable. And as I said before, if I can make it, then you can. So let's come to my personal experience. Just a little bit to my background. So I did a Bachelor of Psychology and now at the moment of psychology with a clinical focus. And I already did 2 Erasmus exchanges, and both times I did two semesters. So in total, I did 4 semesters of Erasmus, 2 in my bachelor and 2 in my master, and now the EDUC program. So I'm quite experienced on spending time abroad and studying abroad. For my career, I'm very interested in learning languages and also working with those languages, and working international. And at the same time, I'm really into the health psychology, clinical psychology, or also positive psychology. So that was why, for me, it always made sense to go abroad and study psychology also in other countries, just to see the differences and compare and learn more than just as if I just stayed in Germany, let's say. And usually I study at the University of Potsdam in Germany. So how did I find EDUC? To be honest, it was really random because my initial plan was to do an internship, and after that, my master thesis. And for the internship, I just realized that after having learned already English, French, and Spanish, I really wanted to learn Portuguese. And initially, I was looking for a program in Lisbon to maybe do something useful for my studies and at the same time practice Portuguese. But I did not find any program in Lisbon. I found the EDUC program. So basically, I really just saw a mail from my university, from EDUC, which I did not know until that time. And I looked it up, and basically what I understood was that they would give me whatever I want in Paris. So that they would pay me to study in Paris. And I was amazed. So I thought, okay, let's try. I'm going to ask if I can maybe even do Portuguese in Paris, which I know it sounds quite weird, and I did not think it would work out, but I also thought I had nothing to lose, and that it made actually sense with my background because I already went to Spain, learned Spanish, France, learned French before, and I already worked with those languages, so it worked out in the end. So let's talk about how things are currently going. So right now, I am in my 3rd month in the University of Paris-Nanterre, and I am actually really studying Portuguese, but I'm also studying more. It's really amazing because they let me study all the languages I already speak, but they allow me to improve them. And also I'm studying Portuguese, and at the same time, I'm doing 3 psychology classes that do not exist like that in Germany, at least not at my university. So it really allows me to deepen my psychology skills, let's say, and at the same time my language skills, which is perfect for me because, as I said before, this is what I want to do in my future, work internationally with psychology and languages. So in general, for me, things are currently going really well, and I've tried to put it down here briefly. So in my opinion, the advantages of going abroad and go case, for example, to France, to Paris-Nanterre to study, are that obviously you will be improving your languages, in my case, even several ones. But it's of course also a difficulty because there's always going to be the language barrier. And that comes to the pro. I put it as a pro to be outside of your comfort zone because I think it's really important and really good because this is how you learn new things. And also you really learn about yourself. Another disadvantage, I think, is that definitely for my case, I feel I'm more stressed and more ill than I am in Germany. But it also makes sense because I'm doing much more things. I'm learning many more things and I'm much more outside of my comfort zone. So for me, I always know this is stressful, but still enjoy. And I put FOM, for me, that's the fear of missing out. Because being abroad, meaning you don't have a lot of time where you will be. For example, now in Paris, I really want to enjoy Paris. I know I just have a few months. So even though I have to study a lot and I should probably sometimes stay at home and just relax, I still want to go out, enjoy the city, meet new people. So this is also a reason of why you may be ill and stressed, but it's all doable. So let's get back to the pros. I put new culture and new skills. I think that's self-explaining. The cons, the organization, as I mentioned before, I am not good with organization. I don't like it. I know it's needed, so I'm always late. But again, you have a lot of help. There's a whole team of EDUC. They are really amazing compared with what I know from Erasmus. I think they are sometimes even much better because they're really, really nice, always keen to know you're fine. So yeah, you have a lot of help and it's all doable. Yeah, and let's get back to the pros. You will obviously make new friends and contacts, which then also can help you for maybe career ideas and new hobbies. For example, when I went to Spain, I started dancing because I thought this way I'm going to meet Spanish people and improve the language. And actually, I liked it so much that I continued now. I'm now here in Paris, I'm dancing again. Some of the people that I met in Spain dancing came here because some are even from Paris. So some people that I know from my last one that live here in Paris. And I'm actually even thinking of maybe one day teaching dancing if I still like it in a few years and I improve a lot. So just to give you an idea, like I never thought I would like dancing so much. And it's really something I think I would not have developed in Germany that I just did because I went to Spain and now to France. And yeah, I would do it as a side. I think my main job would always be psychology, but maybe, a little bit at the side, I would like to teach dancing. And yeah, to finish, so you can really study for yourself. You will get to know yourself better because you will do new things. And in general, you will feel very proud of yourself. You'll know what you accomplish. And it's always amazing for your CV if you can say that you went to another country, which is you did new classes. And maybe, for example, if you apply for a job, you can say that you did the regular studies like everybody else. And on top of that, studies in another country that maybe nobody else did, just you. So yeah. To finish, I have a few tips that I would give you on the way if you decide to do one day an EDUC gap year. So planning is everything. The earlier, the better. I think this is really, really important because it will save you a lot of stress. It's a very German hint. Then I think where there is a will, there is a way. For me, this one is maybe the most important one because there's always going to be difficulties, like everywhere in life. And a lot of times you will hear a no. For example, I wanted to do that usually you cannot do. And I explained that for me, this is really important because for my own personal career, I really want to improve very fast in Portuguese, for example. So I wanted to take more than one class because I feel I can do it and it just makes sense. And usually they don't let you do it. But I think I had a lot of luck. And also because I showed I really care about it and I'm willing to work hard, they let me do it. And this way I have it a lot of times in my life and in those gap years that if you really try hard, sometimes they let you do it. The third one, the steeper the route, the shorter the way to the destination. I kind of made this one up because it's kind of the same experience. You can always just do baby steps in life and it's probably going to work out like this. And then I also feel like I'm improving a lot. It's going to be hard in the beginning, but it's doable. So what I really want to say with that is, for example, if you're afraid to go abroad because your language skills are not as good yet, I would highly recommend you to do it anyways, because like once you allow yourself, you will see that you will improve really fast. And in the end, you can always do it. There's always a way. The fourth, if you have nothing to lose, then try it. Again, we learned in psychology that you should not base your decisions on fear. And I think we often do. So I think if there's a way and you really think it's not going to work out, but you have nothing to lose, just try it anyways. Like me, for example, when I applied for EDUC to study Portuguese in Paris, I did not think they would take me, but I thought I lose maybe, I don't know, a few hours for the application. And it actually worked out, and it's probably one of the best decisions I made in my life. So always go for it. And the last one, it's also one that we learned in psychology, that they asked a lot of people, old people, shortly before dying, what they regret in life. And the big majority of people just mentioned things that they did not do. And nearly nobody mentioned things that they did do. So what I really want to say, again, if you have a decision to take, if you want to try something or not, I would recommend you, if you can, if you have the resources, if you're young, just do it, because I think chances are if you don't, you might regret it. So if you think about an edu gap year, go for it. I'm pretty sure you're not going to regret it. And yeah, some useful links. So it's the general page, then it's the page from my uni Potsdam in Germany, and also again the gap year in France. You're gonna find all kinds of other links as well. And now, thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, please let me know. I will stop the presentation. Yeah.
I'm not sure of the format. Are we going to allow some questions for Lily?
I think there might be some questions in the chat.
In the chat, I don't see anything in the chat. Maybe, hold on.
No, me neither.
I don't. Alors, les commentaires. No.
Well, if there's no questions, then I would say, please welcome with me, Dr. Nicole Rivou.
Thank you, Lily. That was a great presentation. What an amazing experience. I am, as you, I'm a multilingual, and I have traveled the world to working mostly, but traveled the world and have had experiences that are invaluable. I mean, they're priceless. Sorry, priceless experiences that have only made my understanding of myself far more deep and beneficial to the whole of my existence. So I really encourage anybody who has an opportunity to do this, because like Lily was saying, the support system is in place, and these are opportunities not just for you, but in the European context, because what I'm going to rebound on is the project that I should be working on come January, and it's for the students. So I'll give you a little bit of background. My role in EDUC is to create online programs, and I created an online program for the EDUC staff. So all of the universities, there are eight university conglomerates from Norway all the way to Spain, and the idea is to devote ourselves to the culture of European research and collaboration, not just giving one university or one language a priority. The course that I created was in English, and ideally was supposed to be translated into several different languages. Right now it's still in English, and my role for the next years are supposed to be to incorporate the same kind of online courses, but targeting the student learner at the universities, not just the salaried staff. So the focus of this particular one will be a little bit different. I'm going to be focusing primarily on English as a lingua franca, and using what's called transformative and communicative, eventually communicative pedagogy. So transformative means, and this is Lily talked about it a little bit. She talked about how you learn a lot about yourself. And in transformative pedagogy is the same kind of thing. There's a lot of reflective questions relating to how you view yourself and where your position is in your own personal culture, and how that applies to the European context, or how that applies to collaborating or negotiating with other individuals. So the course itself will happen, ideally, it will start on an online basis, and then it will go into an e-tandem component. So the e-tandem component is what's really, really interesting and very exciting for someone of in Lily's situation, or any student relating to that, because you have an opportunity to develop your linguistic skills prior to mobility, prior to traveling. So you would be paired off with someone who's interested in this similar language or similar goals relating to what your goals are, and you have an opportunity to apply the stuff that you learned online, whether it be linguistically or cross-culturally, because the first focus for the first course that I hope to be creating is a cross-cultural communications course, which will improve your ability to negotiate, stand your ground, understand where you come from, and understand your limits in the new context, while focusing on English as a lingua franca. That being said, if I'm going to leave my email on the, I'm doing it right now. I'll leave the email on the chat, and if you have any, hold on, I can't do this. I can't type and talk at the same time. If you have any questions relating to this particular future project because it is focusing on student needs, I'd really like to hear your comments on it and what you might think would be beneficial in terms of content. It can't be too domain specific because it has to adhere to everybody's needs. So things like, I don't know, Lily, and maybe you can give me a comment on that. What was the first thing you needed to know cross-culturally, or what you needed to know linguistically when you came to France, or in any of your other experiences with Erasmus? No, she's frozen. Oh, I asked you a question. So I wanted to know if there was anything you might have needed to know from the beginning when you did your cross-cultural, when you first came to France, cross-culturally or linguistically. So this is something that a course, an online course, can answer right off the bat before leaving you and throwing you to the wolves before you do your travels.
To be honest, in my personal case, I don't think so, because I already did 2 Erasmus gap years, and it's kind of similar. And also because I am a bit German, even if I'm late, I really read a lot of information on the EDUC page. So I was quite well informed, and also they really send you a lot of emails. So I really felt well informed. And since you have a lot of options, there's also there's not a lot you can do wrong, I would say. So I really felt with a great team.
So for example, for Lily, and I've had people come to France, adhering to what's called adjacency pairs, what is expected when you walk into a room. If you say hello, and the expected response in the Canadian context, for example, because I'm Canadian, is a head nod. Now, in the French context, that's not considered appropriate, or in the German context, that's probably not considered appropriate. Somebody going like this to you when you're saying hello. Those kinds of things would be talked about or addressed in the online course. That's the hope anyway. Of course, things as we start, things start in one way and they often end in another. But what's really great about this particular opportunity is that the 3 stages of this online course, or this 3 stages of the course that we're hoping to create, is that there would be an online component, an e-tandem component, and then an opportunity for travel, where you have an opportunity to travel and visit your learning partner in their host environment. So that's kind of cool. And I think that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, like I said, or any comments or any things that any kinds of wish lists that you might have for, oh, there you go. Peter asked, what's the best thing about Paris? What do you think, Lily? I have a,
Wow, what a hard question. So in my personal, I really love the dance scene, but I'm not sure that's for a lot of people. But I really think there's a stereotype about French people, and especially people in Paris, being a bit cold-hearted and maybe
Oh.
hard to approach, which I would definitely not share. I think it's really a stereotype that if you go, you will discover it's not true. So I think Paris people are really, really friendly, especially if you manage to speak to them in French. And especially in the dance scene. That's what I would say. There's a lot of dancing, and even if you have a very low level, people are very including and friendly.
Yes.
And yeah.
And it's a barrier relating to that is that if you don't say hello, it's essential in France to say hello to somebody. It is a cultural need to acknowledge existence, right? I don't know. My favorite thing about Paris, geez, the architecture at night. It's breathtaking. And at night, I mean, the architecture is beautiful, but at night, the way that the lights touch the, reflect against the architecture, it's breathtaking. And I've been to Mazurek, and I've been to, Italy, and I've been to the Arctic, and I've been to all places all over in Portugal and Spain, and it's not the same there. It's very different. Paris is unique in that way. Yeah, for sure. Even when you compare it to Lyon, it's not at all the same. But there's a lot of things that Paris, there's the museums, there's the people, there's this terrible coffee in some areas, so be aware. For those of you who like coffee, don't drink coffee on the 16th district. I think that's probably the worst.
But I actually agree, because I recently discovered that I love to go by bike. I try to not take the metro anymore, and even by day, but especially at night, I love going by bike, because I'm just looking at the right, at the left. I'm really in awe. So I enjoy what you see everywhere, not just in some districts. I really love going by bike and seeing the beautiful city. It's true.
And these opportunities, just as a final note, these opportunities that EDUC provides for us and for you is not just to Paris. There are tremendous and wonderful things to see in other countries, in the other 8 locations, or sorry, 7 locations that the EDUC partners open their arms to us. So it's Cagliari is a paradise. Mazurek is historically wise, at the same time young, because they're quite a young country. In that area, their institution, their medical facility is just top notch. Oh my goodness, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't think I had the right word for it. It's cutting edge, right? USN has some amazing opportunities. The University of Pex as well, highly into sports. So like there's the opportunities is there's an expression in French, éventail. It's a fan. It fans out, and the opportunities are fanning out. Just for the taking. So I hope that when I finish the online course for the students, that I see some your name, maybe Lily, maybe perhaps not, but I hope that I see I can't wait to look for to witness the collaboration. This is pretty cool and exciting. But that's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. And now I think we'll hear about 2 students.
Hello everyone, my name is Menin. And my name is Isadora. We are two ambassadors for EDUC at Nanterre University. And today we are going to talk to you about our role and how important it is. So maybe you want to start.
We have saw that there's not enough connection with the students, and our goal is to resolve this problem. So student representatives are present since 1 year and a half, and with the start of EDUC2, it is a central goal to make students participate.
So before the beginning of EDUC2, there is what we call a think tank, and many representatives of EDUC are invited to it, which is our case. And the purpose of this think tank is to include more the students of the of EDUC to help it grow more based off what the students have to give. So this think tank will be like tomorrow and on Friday. And it's the beginning of the inclusion of students into the development of EDUC, which is also our role. We've been ambassador for the beginning of the year. So when we started, we look into what was wrong with EDUC, what needed to be developed, and the major thing was really a communication problem, which is like our main mission. Maybe you want to continue on it.
Yes, we made room to resolve this problem. The EDUC Alliance is not well known, so we have mission to do communication, a lot of communication, and to go meet the students and organize the meetings between them to promote the alliance. We have for goal to make a survey and to receive the perception of the students of the alliance, and to have their advice, what they think of the EDUC, etc., and to identify the difficulties of students and why they don't participate in EDUC activities. Maybe you want to add.
Yeah, so like Méline said, really in Nanterre, EDUC is not very well known, and we are here to help it getting known. And we have this idea of creating an association to create a community of EDUC students. So the people who took the online classes, the summer school, all the activities proposed by EDUC could enter this association, and it could help us to bring the students together and to maybe can
travel with community.
Yeah, and to hear for them more easier. So we have this idea of taking contact with them, so with the association, of course, but with also different things. Like, for example, we can meet them outside in the campus of our university to ask them if they know EDUC, if they want to hear about it, why they don't know it, maybe if they don't receive our mails, I don't know. We also have this idea of having a table in the hall of our university for some purpose, like to hear from them. Maybe you want to continue.
With the association, maybe we can make events like conferences and maybe organize a meeting with the students to help each other with the online courses. We also have for aim to relaunch relaunch the social medias with the promotion, and eventually create a Twitter account or Instagram page. We have to also to think with this association of the walls of the students and what can be the benefits of it, and maybe create organized debates around the subject of Europe identity, and the place of Europe in the world, and do meetings with students, like we said, to organize conference with Professor Notaire, but also other universities of the Alliance. So we also have for aim to meet the other student representatives in the other universities of the Alliance. So to make contact with them, and we will do so with the think tank. We can know each other and see what are the difficulties of each university, if they have the same problem of communication. We are trying right now to take contact with the students of Cagliari. So eventually, but maybe in the future, we can organize something like physical exchanges between representatives to make they see what we do in Notaire, and for us to see what they are doing in their university. We also have to take into account some things like the calendar, the programs, when there is holidays for us or for the other universities, to see what are the best moments to promote the Alliance. If you have something to write.
Yes. So, like we said, one of our main goal is to promote EDUC, but also it is to really link with other ambassadors and with the student, of course. So, like you started to say, we have a WhatsApp group with the other ambassador, so we can exchange what we are doing and maybe try to give it a global aspect. And being an ambassador gives us the opportunity to go to some events, so like this one, of course, like the think tank. But we also had this event for the international exchange for our university. And this allowed us to meet students, to talk to them about EDUC, but also to meet students who have already done some activities with EDUC, and who can give us feedback. And many of them were really happy about it, so that makes us really happy too. But yes, it's really this idea of bringing a community and to help it grow. That is our mission. If we want to speak about some technical thing, we meet 1 day by week to speak about what we are going to do for the next week. And we also meet some other personality of the university, such as the vice president of the students, or people who can help us with our association. So yes, one of our main role is to do that. Melin, maybe you want to say something else?
No, I think there is this aim to strengthen a role in the university and the islands, and to have a local approach and also a global approach for the other students of the other university. So if you have something to add.
No, I'm okay.
So thank you for being here and listening to us. And if you have questions, don't hesitate. And if you have some ideas for the association, you can help us. Don't hesitate to ask them.
20.
20.
20 minutes.
C'est beaucoup. Hein.
Vraiment.
Alors, sur autre management.
Yes, we are actually planning on meeting other ambassador. Today we have an online meeting with the students of Cagliari to discuss this. But maybe we are looking forward to do comment on dit
On-site.
on-site meeting, maybe with the Italians, but we are hoping maybe to meet other ambassadors, because it's true that we only have the students of Cagliari with our WhatsApp group, but we are hoping to expand it and maybe meet more of them.
And with the design workshop tomorrow, we hope to take contact and promote and expand it. And in June, we are formed to participate in the global event of all the alliances, and to see and to give a feedback of our experience, and to see how the alliances works, and so.
Well, there is someone who is asking what was the most interesting activity for students. I guess it depends on your personal preferences. I know a lot of people who really like the caesura, like going abroad for a year and having the capacity to study in another university. A lot of people liked it, I believe. But I know a lot of people who are really happy with the online course also. I have a lot of friends who've done them, and they are all pretty happy about it. So I guess it really depends on your personal preferences.
Unfortunately, no, and we hope to resolve this problem and to promote silence with social media, because it lags a lot, and yes, it's your goal to make it a main channel.
Yeah, for now, the main thing by the main I'm sorry. We mostly communicate by mails. So it doesn't really get to the students because they have a lot of them by the administration. And this is probably why EDUC is not well known in Nanterre, but we are hoping to develop this thing by social media, of course, but also by creating how can you say that? An attache which will give the students more information about EDUC, so we can put it in the whole of the university. But yes, we are hoping to develop our social media so that the student maybe can learn more easily. And it will probably be better for the association also to communicate. So it will probably work together.
I have an idea. So the question was, what was the biggest challenge of cooperation among students? We can't really know because there is so little communication with the students. So with the talks I had, I don't know.
Well, if you are talking about cooperation among ambassadors, it will probably be just getting in touch with them. I know that the previous ambassador, because it wasn't us the year before, they were the one who started the WhatsApp group, and it worked pretty well, but not so good after all. But yes, like I said, we only are in touch with Cagliari students, and the other university we don't really hear from them. So it's one of the biggest challenge is just to get their number and to have an actual conversation with them. But if you are not talking about the ambassador, but the students, the cooperation would be like talking with them and learning what are their difficulties or their advices. So it really be just to get to know their opinions on the subjects. Well, the question was, have you encountered any cultural differences which made things more difficult? I would say not really, because, well, first of all, like I said, the only students we are in touch with are Cagliari, so Italia. Well, there are cultural differences, but not so much, like we are really close countries. So it's pretty easy to talk with them. And maybe, I don't know, maybe if we talked with more ambassador or more students, we would. I guess we'll see at the think tank, because we'll be with much more students of different university. But for now, no, we don't really encounter any cultural differences. But there are pretty much cultural differences. We just haven't seen them yet.
So if you have questions, don't hesitate. So the question is, what activities organized by the Alliance will help you with these difficulties? I think the main activities will be to reach students and you have something to...
Well, also the general event, like this one, of course, but more the think tank, who can help us get in touch with other university and to see how it works for them. And maybe they don't encounter the same difficulties as us. And so maybe they have some tips for us. I guess we'll see tomorrow, I hope. And by the way, this think tank is online, but it was supposed to be in Potsdam, like on site. And I think it would have been maybe more helpful to just to get to know the student, because we could have maybe more easily talked to them. But unfortunately, we can't do it on site for this year, so we have to to settle for the online. But I think it would be a great help for us to just meet the ambassador and talk to them and see how it works, what they are doing, what they do.
So the question is, if you travel within EDUC Alliance, what was your favorite destination? Why? Unfortunately, we can't answer this question because we didn't travel within the EDUC Alliance, and we hope to do so one day.
Well, yes, we were supposed to go to Potsdam,
Yes,
but
but
unfortunately, it won't be this year. But we really hope to get on site. Maybe I would say, if we had to choose, maybe in Cagliari in Italia, because we know them better. So maybe it would be more interesting to see them. But honestly, I would like every destination. It's really great. Well, the question is, which university has the most active students in terms of student cooperation? Like I said, from my point of view, I would say Cagliari, because of course we talk to them more. But also Potsdam has this idea of the think tank. So I think the university by itself is more into cooperation between students. But the students themselves, maybe Cagliari, I don't know. Maybe we would have to talk to all of them to judge.
Okay, so the question is, if you had to advertise EDUC ambassador as a job, what would you say? Which is your favorite, most important part of the job, and why? I think my most favorite part is the communication with all students in Perinatal University and the other students, and that's why we wish to make contacts with them, because it's the main goal, and I think it's my favorite part for me.
Yeah, me too. I would say to be in contact with other university, to get to know the other ambassador, but of course also to just promote EDUC in our university, which is our main goal, of course. But yes, the aspects who please me the most would be to get to have this kind of event, like the think tank, to be in touch with other university.
Do you want to answer this question?
You can do it.
Okay.
If you like.
So the question is, how would you promote EDUC as such among students? By meeting them, because we are student representatives since a few months, so we don't have a lot of occasions. So by meeting them and by making attaches and organize meetings, maybe afterwards, I don't know. But I think it will be, or we will promote mostly educalians.
Yes, I believe also that the creation of the association could also be some way to promote EDUC, because people would see the association and they would ask themselves, what is EDUC? And so maybe they could learn about it. But yes, the poster going to meet them in the campus, it would be like our main idea. But if you have some ideas, maybe you can tell us. And also the social media, of course, that we are planning on developing.
So the question is, how would you describe EDUC Alliance in 1-2 sentences? Whoa, I don't know. Do you have an idea? In 1-2 sentences.
It would be this idea of cooperation between European alliances, and just to help students to have more contact with university and
new perspectives.
Yeah, new perspective.
So the question, what kind of activities will be organized in the association? I think we will try to organize conferences and debates. And to start, we would like to organize a table to reunite people who have done some summer school or online classes to have their opinion about it, and if they want to participate in the association.
Well, also some like events to bring them together. Last year it wasn't us, unfortunately, but we organized a cocktail with students who had done EDUC activities. So it was a way of bringing them together, and we are hoping to do so with the association, like to organize some meeting with them so they can bound together and we can hear from them also. Because it's true, we are representative from EDUC, but we don't get to know all of the students who take courses in EDUC or who take activities. So it would be this idea of meeting them, maybe helping them with the courses. We know that in Nanterre there is a lot of students who are doing the online courses. So maybe if we can give them a way to cooperate between them, it would be great.
Where can we let you ideas for the promotion of the association? Maybe we can create something like a page, I don't know. Do you have an idea?
Not really. Well, maybe with a mail. For now, it's all we have. But once we created the social media pages for EDUC, you can give your idea there. Well, thank you everyone for being here and listening to us. We're going to let you with the next one, and we are hoping that you enjoy our intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello, welcome everybody. I wholeheartedly greet you on behalf of the University of Pécs. My name is Isra Tarosi, and I am the institutional coordinator of the Alliance EDUC at the university's level, and I'm also director of the International Center. And I'd like to share with you some interesting intercultural activities, which then will be connected to a very important mission at the same time of our alliance, connected to the so-called associated or associate partnerships. I hope you can see the slides, and hopefully the slides will be moving properly. So let's just check out and just let me know if they are not moving. Yes. So I'd like to focus on the so-called associated partnership possibilities, as well as a kind of a case study at the University of Pécs, which can be shared widely across the alliance from an intercultural perspective. And the speaker after me from our great member university, Maastricht University, will be also looking into certain intercultural dimensions from a communication perspective. So I hope the two will resonate. So let me share with you what we mean by associated partners at the alliance level. At the moment, we have almost 40 such partners who are basically entitled were asked and therefore entitled to bring their expertise and networks of all sorts of connections and experiences to support our long-term mission and to support our building up processes of a more coherent 8-member alliance across Europe and beyond. Basically, we look into this partnership circle at all the levels possible. That is, of course, our own local ecosystems or regional ecosystems, and also at the international level, which then we, of course, as you see, then split into the multilateral international kind of organizational aspects, as well as the European level. So all around, we could recruit a lot of such important partners for the long run. And of course, amongst these, we found a lot of already existing and very fundamental partnerships of ours. And all of these associated partners will be contributing to basically the build-up of EDUC as a European University Alliance in the long run, as well as sharing the values, sharing all the opportunities we, in the meantime, will be creating together. Just to list these important partners from all across our 8-member alliance, you see that there are a lot of similar entities in the sense of, for instance, the Europe Direct network all around Europe. Certain such Europe Direct offices carry a lot of important weight and added value from a European perspective, and we'd like to build upon their own, strengths and networks, and in collaboration with them to foster even more the added European values and dimensions. Plus, from the business sector, obviously there are an important range of different partnerships, as well as local governments, regional governments, as well as a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations. So a really wide network of presence at the same time of our universities, as well as all the members we work with and the partnerships we work with. Let that be connected to certain regional levels, as I said, or basically a more macro regional perspective. For instance, in the case of our own example, the University of Pécs, here on the right, you see a Chamber of Commerce and Industry, one of the most important entities in our macro region, fostering ties amongst institutions of education, as well as the business sector and the industrial sector. So a lot of important associated partners we'd like to foster all the missions that we wish to achieve in the years to come. As a case, basically, of all these intercultural encounters, if I may call that in that way, in 2017, we launched a series of events, and that was basically how we called it the international seasons. First, we started off with a month, an international month, but the needs and demands constantly grew, and more stakeholders, more and more partners, expressed their views, expressed their interest to join these efforts of the University of Pécs and make more encounters of this kind, so that we foster intercultural dialogue, as well as basically contributing via these dialogue processes to the development of our region in that respect. And as long as the University of Pécs is a truly internationalized university, with out of the 22,000 total students, over 5,000 international students representing 136 countries of the world, we wanted to share all the cultural assets our student body represents with the city community, with those living in the region, as well as with all the stakeholders that would be interested in fostering more collaborations with the countries, the regions represented by the students themselves. So basically, this is a series of educational, cultural, and artistic programs representing the cultural assets of the university, which can be a kind of an exemplary for all other partners in our alliance, as well as beyond in the associated partnership circles, to share what we have, and basically by sharing, building up a more coherent and more strategic kind of community all across our regions. All these programs are open to all interested and free of charge, and a lot of the partners in these programs, of course, represent the countries where the students come from. So, for instance, the embassies accredited to, in this particular case, to Hungary, or to the region, as well as all cultural institutions representing those cultural heritage and assets, as well as all the other local stakeholders, let that be a business entity or an NGO. So basically, this is a pretty unique, innovative series of meetings, and I'm going to show you in a bit some statistics how popular they have become all around Page and beyond in the city region, and now with a very important potential to reach out to the population, student bodies, as well as university populations of our dear members in the alliance. So quite a unique thing, which we would wish to transform into a kind of an EDUC asset at the same time, an alliance asset. Now it's a full academic year focused program series, and you will see here the statistics in terms of the number of events since 2017. We started off around 30 such programs. Then it was going really up in 2 years' time. And of course, COVID-19 hit everybody. So we needed to transform everything into the online space. But because of, the Alliance kind of impetus, as well as push into a lot of, innovative digital solutions, we were quite successful in transforming the series of events into online, as well as later on hybrid, which we kept. And then again now in November 2022, so basically as I speak, we again have about 90 such programs throughout the year of various different intercultural encounters. And the participation rate is enormously going upward. So this is really a very nice upward tendency. Now we are around, as you see, 40,000 participants from the online space, as well as physically and in hybrid modes, following us. In a lot of cases, we record certain events, and they are available on the social media. So of course, they would then participate, following those later on in the recorded sense as well. A lot of interest has bursted out basically with these activities of the university. And lately, and basically this is the newest dimension, which then resembles the potential of an alliance-wide understanding of interculturality and intercultural encounters. We organized in September, as part of the annual traditional City Days festival, basically a dedicated day connected with all our activities and our internationalization features, which we called the International Culture Day in Page, on the main square, so in the very heart of the city, where basically 1,000 people attended the afternoon and evening programs of dance performances, concerts, and all sorts of intercultural examples, basically. And we were so grateful to the University of Cagliari that they sent over a fantastic cultural asset, the Tenore Supremonte de Orgosolo group, who played an absolutely unique performance on stage, so that we gave a very important EDUC alliance color to actually the very multicultural and multicolored characteristics of the festival itself. And we would like to continue with that. So a lot of plans are in the loop, thematic cultural programs in page, hopefully all around our alliances, and therefore, member campuses. Therefore, as we speak, the big, wide EDUC virtual campus sense, which we are going to build up in the coming years, strengthening, of course, all our strategic partnerships. So we'd like to have, of course, German days with the contribution of our German partner. And let's not forget that we are in a unique position in page, because half of the German-speaking minority of our country lives actually in and around page. So we have a very rich German cultural heritage, therefore. We have been organizing Ibero-American days and weeks for over 15, 20 years, basically. So with the contribution of our Spanish EDUC partner university, Jaime Primer, we would like to foster more of these scholars. Francophone days are very unique for over 20 years again in the city of Page, because we have, and one of our associated partners would demonstrate that kind of viability. We have Alliance Française located in the city, so of course widening then the scope with the French partner universities Rennes and Paris-Nanterre. We would be happy to share even more. Italian days, again with the University of Cagliari, and Scandinavian days, of course, with our Norwegian partner university, the University of Southeastern Norway, and many more coming up in Page and all across the alliance, because that's what I have already underscored as a kind of an example. We would like to foster such initiatives all around the alliance and share as much as we can, so that we can come together better for the longer run in a strategic sense. And I think I'm going to end up here with the thought that via intercultural encounters of this kind, we certainly can understand much more about ourselves, about each other, basically, which is certainly a backbone to long-term strategic development of such an alliance thinking. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have questions later on, I'm happy to answer those. And I'm going to stop sharing the screen at this point, hopefully returning back. Yes, I can see myself here again. And the next speaker, of course, a good colleague from Masaryk University, Bruno, will be addressing the importance of intercultural communication across disciplines, which I personally, as a university professor, highly value myself. So thank you so much. Take care, goodbye, and the floor is to my colleague, Dr. Zdenekian.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be here with you, joining this e-platform and share, I would say, good experience or best practice of what we have achieved in our EDUC Alliance. I'm going to talk about the program, about summer school, that a part of which was intercultural competence building. Going to share the presentation first with you. So this intercultural competence building was a part of summer school at ENSAT in Lannion, France, which is part of University Rennes 1. And this summer school is run by organized and run by my colleague, Claire Lepage. She's going to talk about the summer school this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Again, my name is Denis Garnik, and I come from Masaryk University. And my role in the summer school was to help students to develop their intercultural competencies. Now, these students at this summer school were students of engineering and IT, so very specific discipline, hard science, but their task was to work in international teams and to create Internet of Things devices. Students of engineering and IT collaborating all together. So here, of course, our idea was to help them understand how their cultural perspectives, assumptions, and ways of approaching problem solving is influenced by their cultural background. So our task was to prepare them for the interaction in international teams by uh, developing their interculture appropriate and efficient communication and efficient and interculture appropriate collaboration in international teams. We took it step by step. Of course, the first step was to help those students to become aware of their culture, of their identities, and of their culture assumptions, stereotypes, and prejudice, with which may influence their communication, especially if they are in a new cultural environment that is in France and communicating or interacting with students of other cultures. The next step was here to build on or to enhance the students' intercultural skills. For example, the style of communications they have and they use in communication with others. So their task was basically to become aware of their style of communications and preferences and how these styles of communication are influenced by their culture and how they influence their intercultural communication with others so that they become aware of these intercultural differences as well. The methods that we applied here was first, the students met online as part of the pre-arrival preparation. As you know today, virtual exchange coming before physical mobility becomes quite a trend nowadays that we like to follow. So here, the students in this pre-arrival virtual meeting, they learn just the basics about what culture is, what communication is, how culture and communication are interconnected, and they were also prepared for the intercultural experience they will be going through on site, that is in Lannion in France. And their task was to set expectations, their professional, personal, but also intercultural expectations as for their personal growth, what they want to achieve, where they want to move in intercultural communication. So again, the underlying idea was to prepare the students for their summer school stay in France. Once the students were in France, in Lannion, they had their classes dedicated to engineering and IT, how to work with Internet of Things devices, and so on. And also, they had in morning they had classes of interculture competencies building, which gave them insight into the theories. Very briefly, no details, no sophisticating things here. That was one part. But we, of course, we wanted them to apply the theories immediately in the practice of intercultural interactions they were going through during the school. And that was the second part. So in the afternoon, the students would meet and they would have what we call intercultural reflections, during which they would reflect on the situations and contexts they went through during the day and how culture and culture factors intervened in those situations. In this way, we were aiming for them to be better prepared to work in international teams. Now, I'm going to exit this PowerPoint presentation and I will show you the e-learning course or e-learning platform that we were using. So I will stop sharing for a moment and go to the e-learning platform that we used with the students. So it's a Moodle platform hosted or provided by University Rennes 1. And the students had their welcome letter here. Here is the presentation dedicated to the online meeting, which introduced the students to intercultural communication and intercultural experience, what it actually is about. So they are well prepared and ready to maximize their intercultural experience while abroad. They also had their first task before the arrival on the place. That is, they were asked to set their expectations. They were also asked to bring a culture artifact that somehow illustrates or demonstrates who they think they are. So we had also these icebreaker activities then on the spot as part of the intercultural reflection. When we met on the spot in France, we were talking about their expectations and the culture artifacts they were sharing and so on, showing who they were. What else we have here are part of this activity that I'm pointing at was students discovering about their personal culture and how, again, their values and opinions and worldviews are shaped by their home culture and surrounding, and how these could be different from other students uh, coming from different culture backgrounds. The next example of activity students were doing was aiming at developing their intercultural skills, particularly in how to describe, analyze, and interpret situations without jumping into judgment. You probably know this activity. Students, the goal here was to prepare students to suspend judgment before they create conclusion about someone's behavior, opinions, ways of communication, and so on. Other activity that was here uh, was aimed at students discovering their personal values. This activity about inside or outside circle helped them to become aware what makes them choose certain people in comparison to others. This activity is indeed important because if we want students to engage in group work together, we need to take into consideration several factors, such as what their preferences are when being grouped and working together in international teams, and what our preferences is as teachers and instructors in ways in a way that we want them, of course, to develop intercultural competency. So we need to balance both. And this exercise was aimed at students become aware how their preferences as for becoming part of group influence the way they engage in group work with others. The other activities, just very briefly, were focusing on, indeed, the students were talking in English language. That is very in intercultural interactions. For most of them, if not for all of them, language was English language was their second language. So this, of course, also impacted their communication. So these exercises were designed to help them cope up with the situation and feelings, what it's like when you communicate in different language other than your first language. And the second, about culture, help them to discover about other people's perspectives. We mostly say when we send students abroad and so on that we want them to broaden their horizon, or to to engage in talks with others in order to gain others people's perspectives. But what it actually means, this others people's perspective, so this exercise was meant for them to help them shape the attitudes that are actually more open to the idea to the ideas of others. The reasoning here behind is that basically, if students are not prepared for or do not develop their attitude towards being open to other people's perspectives and respect, uh, there is no way they will achieve those goals when they engage in international teamwork, uh, no matter whether at home or abroad. Uh, the other activities focused specifically on styles of communication, both verbal and non-verbal. Students were talking about their preferences in communications in particular situations. We, of course, were talking about the fact that certain cultures, generally speaking, have certain patterns of communication that are preferable. But at the same time, we focused on the fact that students themselves have their own styles of communication, because those mattered most when it came to particular situations and the students engaging in particular work. Now, with this, I'm going to close this window. I'm part of the course, and I would like to conclude my short insight into intercultural competence development with one of the students' testimony. Michaela from University of Cagliari, who took part in this summer school 2 years ago. So that would be my last contribution, and let's see if I'm successful in playing the video for you and sharing it with you.
The main reason why I decided to apply for ENSAT summer school is because I love being involved in intercultural environment. So meeting new people, new students from different nationalities and cultures. As a matter of fact, I already spent Erasmus exchange semester, and I'm part of the AIGE student network, European Student Network. So these 2 weeks have been really special to me because I get to know other students from different nationalities, and also after this period during a pandemic crisis, it has been really special to me to go to the lessons, to workshop, to work in team, and to spend so much time together with other students. Also, I came here because I was really interested in IoT topics since I study engineering. So I would definitely recommend to apply for ENSAT summer school.
So I hope I managed to share, and you managed to see watch the video and with me, and listen to Michaela's testimony. I would like to conclude that with one underlying idea of this intercultural competence building at ENSAT summer school is that no matter what the discipline is in which that students study or engage in, including hard discipline such as is engineering and IT. When we have students sending abroad, collaborating all together, we simply cannot expect that they will all of a sudden communicate with one another and all of a sudden develop their intercultural competencies. They need to be guided through the process, and that was basically the goal of or is the goal of one of the goals of the summer school. Thank you for your attention. I hope we will have an opportunity to continue to collaborate together and exchange and share our ideas not only on intercultural competence building, but on any other topics related to internationalization. Thank you all. Now, there is, as I was informed, because I am the last one in this session, there is lunch time, and the session resumes at 1 p.m. in the afternoon with the afternoon sessions and cycles. So that's all from me. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the online EDUC event. This panel, which we are now starting, will focus on the theme of research and various aspects of research. My name is Ágoston Mohai, and I'm an associate professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Pécs, where I also serve as a vice dean. And today we will present research today that is, well, I would say well in line with some of the goals of the EDUC Alliance, as it represents a collaboration in research between university and public authorities, and one which also aims for societal outreach. The focus of this research, and you should also see our slides soon enough. So the focus of this research is combating trafficking in human beings, which we can consider one of the most dangerous crimes possible, one that the EU also made a priority to combat. And when we think about combating crimes, then probably we firstly think about state authorities, law enforcement, and criminal law. But we are of the opinion that research itself also has a very important role to play here as well. But of course, the question is in what context and how can research be relevant? And this will be presented by my colleague, Dr. Johan van Rij, who is a senior analyst of the Netherlands National Police. By the way, also a PhD alumni of the University of Pécs, and a member of a research group focusing on combating THB that we will also introduce briefly later on. But first, Jorn, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Ágoston. So, as mentioned before, I'm not only an academic, but I also work within practice as a senior analyst and senior researcher at the Netherlands National Police, mostly focusing on human trafficking. And our presentation today will have a specific focus on human trafficking. So for those not familiar with the topic yet, there's a short introduction, and we'll be continuing with a more elaboration of the topic into the specific research center. I think I have some problems with my camera, but that should be okay now. So if we're going to be looking at the topic of human trafficking, we can see two international definitions which are followed within the concept of the theme. And the first one is out of the UN Protocol to Prevent, Suppress, and Punish the Trafficking in Persons in Article 3, which is being copied in almost completely into the directive of the European Parliament in 2011. So if we continue the different types of human trafficking, and that will be here, then we see that our focus out of, for example, law enforcement is mostly on sexual exploitation. More recently, there became an interest in forced labor as a specific type of crime within human trafficking, but we also see other types like criminal activity, forced begging, forced marriage, different types which combined make up for the topic of human trafficking itself. And we also see trade in babies, the removal of organs. And the most interesting one, I think, especially within this presentation, is actually the ones we don't know of. So looking at the legal definitions of human trafficking, and then we can go to the next slide, we actually see that there are three core elements within these legal definitions. So basically, they are very wide and very broadened. And the first thing we notice is that there is a mentioning of the act. So what is actually happening? And there, the legal definitions and also the within the legal criminal codes of the different European member states, because they copied in these legal definitions within their own criminal codes, we see that there is mentioning of example of recruitment, the transportation, transferring, harboring, or the receipt of a person as being a crucial part of the actual crime itself. So next to the act, we also have the means on how it is being done. So this is by using threat, using force, coercion, abduction, fraud, or deception. And of course, there are many more of these options which are not mentioned. And it's up to the judges in every specific country to accept them, yes or no. And finally, we have the purpose. And this is a very important part because this is at the basis of all part of human trafficking. So the actual why of human trafficking. And the purpose within human trafficking, making a distinction between human trafficking and human smuggling, is the exploitation. So within human smuggling, we see that it's usually a service which is being rendered. Within human trafficking, there always needs to be exploitation. So making abuse of the vulnerability of another person. And these exploitations, these types of exploitation can be either sexual exploitation or general means of forced slavery or slavery-like practices. So looking into these options, we see that there was a reason why the legal definitions are very wide and use very common notions to describe human trafficking, making it almost impossible to give a concrete definition of what human trafficking is, and also burden the member states with their own implementation of what is actually meant and leaving it up to the courts and to the judges to decide in every singular case. So what we know about human trafficking is that there are certain conditions somebody needs to uphold. So the first one is vulnerability, and this is something which is really relevant within court, but also very relevant within investigations, for example, by the police. Which is also interesting to know is that the situation in the Netherlands, the police is responsible for different types of human trafficking. So we research sexual exploitation, criminal exploitation, but in example, not labor exploitation, because this is part of our Ministry of Internal Affairs and actually is being conducted by the Labor Authority. And we see these distinctions in different countries. So different law enforcement agencies are actually involved at different stages of human trafficking. And this makes it very interesting because it limits the possibilities of cooperation, not only on a national level, but also on a European level. So I think you can just go back one, Agustin. I was going a little bit quick. So what we see is that there needs to be a type of vulnerability. What this vulnerability actually entitles is not very clear. So there can be an economic vulnerability, a social vulnerability, a psychological vulnerability. At least there needs to be some weakness which is present with the victim, which actually allows a perpetrator to make use of. And in the end, it will end up with exploitation. And as mentioned before, there are many different types of exploitation. And looking at this meeting today, it's very interesting to see how we can visualize or how we can describe the types of exploitation we actually don't know of. So, and now we can continue to the next slide. So thinking about human trafficking, thinking about what I've said about the difficulties operating on a national level, but also on a European level, it's also very interesting to see and think about the relevance of cooperation within Europe. So the trafficking in human beings is a cross-border crime in many cases, not 100%, because we also see indigenous autonomous people being trafficked within their own border countries, but in most times, there is an element of border crossing, which makes it really relevant for cooperation. So THB in itself is also linked to different types of subversive crimes, right? Like fraud, for example, or money laundering. And these usually have an international scope because there is a relevance to take these types of crimes out of your own country to limit the possibility of detection. So next to this is the involvement of European crime networks. So taking the Netherlands again as an example, today we have a lot of Romanian crime networks operating within the sexual exploitation and forced prostitution within the Netherlands. Even having, for example, Dutch victims working in the Netherlands still gives it an international scope because of the involvement of these Romanian crime networks. And we also should think about uniformity on a European level. So there should be some type of European acceptance, some type of recognition, uniformity, and cooperation, which actually could bring us further than we can do so only out of one member state, in this case, for example, the Netherlands or Hungary. So if we will continue with the strategies which we see within the fight against human trafficking, we are quite commonly using a 4P strategy, which are supplemented with different barrier models. So the 4P strategy exists out of a focus on prevention, protection, prosecution, and more recently also focusing on partnerships. And these partnerships, they are taking flight. So we have, out of law enforcement, there's a really big interest in cooperating with other private and public entities, for example, to increase our knowledge on the topic. So there is high cooperation with banks for financial transactions and digital footprints, for example. So we cooperate with companies like Google. But at the same time, we also see that education can play an important role, especially in a future focus, becoming more proactive in the fight against human trafficking. Because there's one thing that law enforcement agencies usually are, and that's that they are very reactive in their approach. So they first need to be motivated by, for example, signals or information that will reach them, rather than being proactive and trying to find the signals and trying to find victimization or perpetration on this topic. And I personally feel very strongly that this is really a big challenge. And this is a challenge that can be tackled by cooperation with, for example, higher educational institutions like universities, who can actually support us on different levels. And if we will go to the next slide. So the most important one for me would be giving insight in trends and specific phenomena on the topic of human trafficking. As mentioned before, there's a lot we don't know about human trafficking. We know that criminals are continuously changing their modus operandi, finding new types of victims, finding new types of exploitation. And this is something that education can support law enforcement. So by conducting academic research into the topic, they can actually do much more than just an investigation by the police, which is very much limited by their investigative powers legally. But academic also can give a new, fresh insight into these research, these types of crimes, and the way that we have to operate to be more effective in the fight against crime. So next to this, there is also the option of actually training future professionals into the topic. So they can get familiar with the topic, they can get interest in the topic, and they want to continue their education or their professional career within the topic of fighting human trafficking, which actually can bring us much further. There are also options for raising awareness by, for example, participating in these types of communities. And they can also create a system of evidence-based approaches, which we within law enforcement actually like a lot. So with our new perspective on intelligence-led policing, for example, being more proactive, we need a foundation on which we can actually act. And that foundation can be found if there is a academic publication stating that this way of approaching human trafficking, or that this new type of human trafficking is really relevant and important, and we can continue from there. So from this part, I would like to give the floor back to Agustin to explain a little bit more about the research group that the Netherlands National Police and the University of Page actually started, and we are trying to cooperate in a good partnership within in the fight against human trafficking. So Agustin, the floor is yours again. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorn. So as my colleague has mentioned, there is a research group at the University of Page, which was set up by the Netherlands National Police and the University of Page, more specifically the Faculty of Law, and it enjoys the support of the Dutch and Hungarian embassies, because obviously combating trafficking in human beings is a focus for both states, and this is an area where they were happy to cooperate with both academia and law enforcement. Our research group has a broad focus, actually, because it ranges from local and national to to European. Obviously, THB is often thought of as a cross-border crime, but we also have to bear in mind that it's not necessarily cross-border, and we also have to bear in mind that the local and national societal circumstances contribute to how THB is actually realized. The research group wants to focus on legal and criminological aspects, and it would like to build partnerships with all stakeholders. So in a first round of meetings, we already had a meetup with various representatives of law enforcement, victim support, and academia in Pécs, and we would like to build up on this and take this further in the following years, because ultimately our goal is to initiate projects, preferably international projects, and by providing research outcome or research outputs, we can hopefully support law enforcement agencies' efforts from the academic side. Now, if we look at the projects of the research group, I already mentioned the stakeholder meetup, which we would like to follow up on and make it more international. Also, we are planning on working on a web crawler research project, which would employ web crawler technology to identify victims of THB. But of course, this is also a project which requires a lot of previous thought for various legal and ethical considerations. But that is something we are planning for the foreseeable future. And also, we have recently done the so-called escape van project, which I would like to talk some more about. The escape van project was actually a tour of a specialized van, which was meant to raise awareness about trafficking, the risks and also the effects that it has on society and on the individuals. The escape van originates from the Netherlands, but we have adapted it to Hungarian circumstances and also Hungarian language. And this September, it did a tour, basically in Hungary, a tour of 8 cities, where we altogether had more than 500 participants. This tour took place in almost every major city of Hungary. So the physical reach of the escape van project was quite nice, but also we could build on that and multiply it by media outreach. We were very glad actually that there was a lot of media attention, both at the local level and also nationally. The escape van also meant an opportunity for us to cooperate in practical terms with the Hungarian police, who were kind enough to be present at all of the stops along the tour, so that the visitors of the escape van could talk not just to representatives of the Dutch police and also representatives of University of Pécs, but also to Hungarian police. And this was, to our understanding, a good reinforcement of our relationship with the police. We had, of course, other partners like OKIT or Victim Support, who were also, let's say, they had our backs in this project in various ways. So we will see if we can take this particular project further, or if we can introduce other new innovative elements. The escape van idea was about immersing the individual in an environment which would be the environment that a trafficked individual would face. And this is, at least to our understanding, a very effective way to raise societal awareness about this dangerous phenomenon. So with our time being limited, I would like to bring our presentation to a close. I would like to thank you for your attention on behalf of my colleague and myself as well. And we hope to be able to develop this project further, also within the framework of EDUC in the future. So thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions at this point. Yes, I see one question. What is the exact name of the research group? It is called the Research Group on Combating Trafficking in Human Beings. Quite simply, it operates at the Law Faculty of University of Pécs. I don't see any other questions at this point. So thanks again for the opportunity to be here today, and let me hand over to our next speakers.
Hello, welcome to everybody. Thank you for joining this second session this afternoon. So my name is Sujal Churhan. I'm a project officer in the University of Rennes 1 in France. And with me today this afternoon, we have the pedagogical engineer from EDUC, who is Denis Anton, to whom I'll be passing the floor later. We have our teacher researcher that's present with us as well, Odile Sergent. And Zeina Dababou, who is our student, and both Odile and Zeina will be participating very soon through testimonials. So thank you very much to both Odile and Zeina for being able to participate this afternoon. Just before, I'm going to present what we're going to be talking about in the second session, what we're going to be presenting. This is the session related to education meets research. And here, the activity that we carried out was with different objectives in mind. The first one was to see how we could sensitize students very early on, in a very early stage mode, with respect to research professions, to understand better what research activities and research professions are, and to be able to provide two different things to students. One was in a cross-discipline manner, to provide a tool to help them to better understand research activities, and also to help them to further develop skills that they could use throughout their professional career and also their educational study path. And so the module that was designed was an online module on critical thinking and research activities. And I will present this very briefly to you to explain how this works. So first of all, we developed, in fact, there are two ways of coupling. One is the module, the online module itself, which is a standalone self-study module. And the second study pathway on this is for the students to be able to continue further in order to be able to live an internship, a short internship within a research laboratory. And then this leads on to a presentation day where there is feedback on the experience that students had. So there is an open door, in a sense, with respect to this, so that it remains agile and appropriate for all our partners to be able to implement. The activity itself then, to focus a little bit on each part. So the online module was actually in a specific time span. So we'd set a specific time span on this, and there were two sessions that took place in the pilot phase of EDUC. And the online course, we considered that it would be around 30 hours. It's more targeted towards the bachelor students. So mainly we were looking at year 2 and year 3, but we actually found that there are a lot of year 1 students that were interested in following this course as well. So that was an interesting add-on for us, and master students as well. The idea was that there would be no prerequisites, so it's not discipline specific, and that all students from all the partners would be able to contribute to follow the course, and to be able to to go to the end of it without having any hurdles on a discipline basis. The course was actually structured within 8 sections. So each section is a specific section that we won't go into today, but it's just simply to explain the architecture. And within these sections, they were standalone. So there were auto tests included, evaluations, and they had different types of activities with pedagogical content, and some sections were more directed to testimonials from teacher researchers that were explaining their particular approach to, for example, setting up a European project in research, for example. So the idea was for students to be able to go through the whole course, and if they wish to stop at this stage, this would lead to accreditation from the moment that they had completed the full course. So the constraint that we had put on this is that there is a time constraint and that the whole course has to be fully completed. And this gives 2 things. So one is the possibility to stop there and to say, okay, that's all that I wanted to do. And in this case, we can validate that with 1 ECTS, or that they could apply in order to go further and to actually apply to a physical 1-week internship within a research laboratory. And this was either discipline specific, or it could be totally detached from their own discipline of study. The idea was very much to give them a broad overview of how a research lab works, the different dimensions of that, and for them to be able to see how this correlates and connects with the critical thinking course, online course that they did. So this could also be either internationally or at home, and a majority of the students went on an international experience. So for this then leads on to the presentation day, which is directly correlated. And here the students recount their experience. They had a very, the idea is that they have a very professional approach to this, so that again, they have a structured approach and a structured feedback then with respect to what they had done. And through this, we are also looking to identify key skills that we feel that through the online course and through the full package, the students are actually developing. And this is represented as well on our EDUC certificate. And so either this is targeted for just the online course or for the full package. The idea is that students go away with something which is then portable and usable for them in their portfolio, in their skills portfolio. So that's the general outline of the framework of what we set up. In our experience that we've had through the pilot phase, so we ran 2 sessions, we've actually had over 400 students that participated in these 2 sessions, and we had over 15 international internships just for 1 week. So these are not like standard durations. So it was really a new thing for us to try and set up, and a challenge, and we managed to set up 15. So that was a great experience for us for this initial stage. And the idea for us is for this course to be run again, and for it to be continuation with this, and for us to learn from what we've set up in order to offer other types of modules, maybe on other topics and themes, in order to continue building a portfolio of different topics around this. I will pass on without any further ado to my colleague Denis and to Odile and Zeina for the testimonials. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. Sujal, Odile, Zeina, can you confirm that you hear me well? Yep.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So we're just going to ask you a set of questions to better understand how you have experienced, how you have lived this experience of both, creating the online course and then going towards the student internship. So my first question would be more towards you, Zeina. And thank you again for being here today. So how was the critical thinking course helpful with respect to your study program?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It was correlated to my study program. Since I'm a biology student, I went to do an internship with a researcher who studies pharmacology and toxicology, which are two main subjects that I'm very interested in, and I want to be specialized in the future. So it was very interesting to see how research work was put into place in real life and not just theoretically.
Okay, thank you very much. And my next question is for both of you, both Odile and Zeina, and maybe I'll start with Odile. So what are the benefits of integrating a course on initiation to research into a bachelor student's curricula, and why? We can't hear you, Odile. So your microphone is set off.
Yes. Okay.
Perfect.
You can understand me?
Yep.
Okay, you can hear. Hello, hello everybody. You can consider this course as an early discover research, and especially the scientific method. This method is a very particular way of thinking, and student can therefore form his own opinion about it. And above all, he can know if he likes it or not. And in the case, if it enjoys it very much, the earliness of the course makes possible he changes his way of learning at university. He can modify his practices, such as, for example, he can deepen his courses, awaken his curiosity, and developing his critical thinking. And finally, what is expecting is that the student can cultivate some qualities needed for research in the future.
Okay, thank you, Odile. And what about you, Zeina? So the two benefits of integrating such a course directly into your bachelor curricula.
Well, I completely agree with what was being said, and just like I said, the framework at university is very theoretical, and we already work a lot with articles, scientific articles, but we don't really see how it was made, you know, like the methods and how we get the results and all that. So I think that having such a module and really going to do an internship really helps to have both the practical and the theoretical, which would be very good in order to be a researcher in the future, for example. So yeah.
Makes sense, indeed. And just to continue with you, Zeina, what advice would you give to students who might hesitate to participate in such a course?
Honestly, I would just say go for it. Like I told my friends about it. 3 of my friends really wanted to do it and enrolled in the class but didn't continue, and I find that such a shame because it really continues like how to do bibliographical work and how to like ask yourself a scientific question, which is really correlated with what we do. So it was such a shame that they didn't continue, and I would advise anyone to do it. It's really like it's free. We're students. We have.
We've slightly lost you, Zeina, but maybe just to bounce on what you said, on what Zeina said, is that as Sujal mentioned as well, is that this course is completely self-paced. So it's, in my own opinion, a true advantage to just being able to take the course at your own rhythm without being, I would say, forced to go forward at any specific time. And Odile, Ms. Sergeant, I would like to know what advice you could give to encourage teachers to contribute to this course or to other similar European online courses.
First, this course serves a large audience from a variety of disciplines. Therefore, it is a little difficult, but it allows to make progress in its own vision of the subject. To succeed in being clear, it needs to stand back from the matter. It is also a kind of challenge to succeed to give a course which is understandable for for that, it is very interesting. However, for the other teachers, don't worry. We have the help of pedagogical engineer. And this interview is for me also the opportunity to thank Denis, who is present here. His assistance was very important, both for the construction of the course and also for his moral support. For my part, thanks to this online course, I made progress for the transmission of knowledge to my own training students in the lab. And finally, thinking that our course could be useful for students of different European countries is also very exciting, related to the outreach of our teaching and also of our university. That's it.
Thank you, Odile. And I have another question for you straight away. As a lab tutor to an intern, so to your intern, what are the key points for this observation week, which is a much shorter format than the normal student internships?
Very short. There are three key points depending on the period related to the internship. The first thing is to address the internship topic well upstream of the week and to engage thorough correspondence with the student with 2 or 3 papers and discuss about them. It is important to address very soon the rules of scientific method, to ask the student to position all his observations in the different stages of the method. In short, the internship must be prepared beforehand. Second, during the internship, as the length is very short, you need to have a lot of appointments with the student to discuss about the observations and also to answer the question as soon as possible. So you must be free to be with the student. In addition, you have to try the best integrate the students in the research team by making them to participate to our team meetings and asking them to introduce themselves and also to introduce the research topic of the group where they are. It is important also that the students realize the specific roles of everyone in the team. Students, PhD students, master, technician, and also the differences between junior and senior researchers. And finally, as results are not necessarily processed at the end of the internship, you have to keep in touch either by video or by mail. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the compliment earlier, Odile. And regarding you, Zeina, as an intern, what were the key points that you felt you got out of this observation week? I mean, how would it help you, according to you, on your career path?
So the key points that I got out of this internship are obviously to be open-minded, because people don't really have the same methods and everywhere. So it was really surprising and actually amusing and impressive to see how other students work in labs in Italy, for example. It's different than in France. The other thing is that communication and working within teams is very important. So it was always like, we're going to work within teams, we're going to work with other research groups, and we're going to change locations to see this and that. So it was something I don't really see usually, because we're always in the same university. It was really interesting to see. And I think that would help me to how do I say it? Pay attention to people and maybe broaden my horizons and meet new people, have new experiences, and just make new connections with people. And that would help me a lot, as a researcher in the future.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, true social benefit, if I understood well. So that's very interesting. Yeah. And finally, my last question would be for you, Odile, as a lab tutor. what would you say to a colleague hesitating to receive an internship of this format? Because we know it's an uncommon format. So what would you say to your colleagues?
For us, it was a really tremendous experience to meet a foreign student with different academic background and culture. It is true the length of the internship is very short, and also the student has a background which is not very high. But our trainees and ourselves had to make a big effort to be understood. But it is beneficial for all of us. It is true that it was not necessarily easy for PhD students. They have to stand back from their own research projects. But my own PhD student made a lot of progress during this week. In addition, if by this way we can attract new motivated students to research, it's a good thing. I suppose that the disaffection of students for research covers almost all European countries. And this internship targets very young students, and perhaps it is this kind of students that could be more receptive for considering a future career in research. And finally, at the current time with the war, I have the feeling that it makes sense to gather young Europeans around science at the beginning of their university studies. And in our team, we simultaneously received 2 students from 2 European countries, such Republic and Hungary, and it really was a very nice week of union and discover of each other. That's all.
Thank you very much, Odile. Well, thank you both for this short time of questions and testimonial of sort. So now I'm just quickly turning towards the chat to see if there are any questions. Now's the time. I'll let the chat a short minute, let's say, if there are any additional questions. We've covered a lot through this, both this presentation and this exchange. So thank you very much for your participation. And before letting you go, I do not see any specific questions. So it must have been crystal clear for everyone. It's a good thing as well, you know. Well, I don't see any questions. So I'd like to thank you again. Thank you, Sujal, for the presentation. Thank you, Zaina, for participating to this truly new experience for all of us. And
thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. And there'll be other opportunities. I'm sure of this. And yes, Sujal.
Yes, thank you, everybody. We'll pass the floor on now to our colleague Alessandra Carucci from Cagliari for the next session.
Hello, thank you, Sujal. I hope you can hear me. I'm Alessandra Carucci. I'm the Vice Rector for International Affairs of the University of Cagliari. And I'm here with my colleague, Professor Ivan Blecic, also from the University of Cagliari, who is a testimonial of what we have done. In this session, we will speak about the research seminars. I mean, we are again in, sorry, I will try to share one or 2 slides just. We are here to speak about the research seminars that we organized within EDUC. Mainly, we first of all, we identified the topic, 7 research topics that you can see listed in this first column. So these are topics that were considered strategic for our alliance when we started to cooperate within EDUC. So as you can see, they are very important topics on lifelong health and well-being, on cultural heritage, on justice, inequality and inclusion, in mobility and smart cities, European Union studies, sustainable changes, climate and resources, and cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. We decided to foster the cooperation on these topics within our researchers, among our researchers, and starting by organizing some seminars. Unfortunately, as you know, we met the pandemic in the last 2 years, so the seminars had to be organized as virtual ones, but anyway, they gave the opportunity to researchers to meet and discuss. And these are in the main topic of education meets research, because also here we involved not just master students or bachelor students, but we involved PhD students. So these were mainly directed to senior researchers and to PhD students. We have different seminars were organized each by one university, and finally in 2022 we could also organize some of these seminars as physical ones, giving the opportunity to meet physically and to better exchange to our researchers. As you can see, for instance, for cultural heritage, we have 2 physical seminars, because there was also one that we can call a sub-event on a specific topic. And then we had the other one of justice, inequality and inclusion, of which Professor Blesic will tell us, and the one on European Union studies in Cagliari. What I can say from this is that, of course, we want to promote the cooperation, and we have observed that from our interactions, either here and or also in the other exchanges, other activities that we have in EDUC, we could observe some other kind of cooperations deriving. Of course, there have been some common applications, new applications for funding, but we have observed also an increase in the number of joint publications among researchers of the different universities, partners of EDUC, but also exchange of students for example, for research internships, not only the short one of which we just spoke, but also longer research internships, especially for master students. We had some exchange or joint supervisions of PhD students. That is one thing, one activity that can surely promote the research cooperation, and also organization of other seminar courses, etc. So in general, the cooperation is growing. Of course, we will continue to promote this for sure in EDUC 2, which is just going to start, also enlarging to the new 2 partners. And so there are many activities related to this. And we also, speaking of research, as you know, we have the common, let's say, the brother project, EDUC Share, which is to promote innovation and research in the EDUC universities. And we are drafting the EDUC research agenda for the next years, and we want also to try to promote a bottom-up approach, also fostering the proposals that can derive directly from the researchers, because maybe they have other fields or areas of cooperation that they want to experience. And so our idea is also to promote these, let's say, the applications from or proposals from the researchers that want to cooperate within the Alliance on specific topics that are related to these seven research areas, or maybe also from other different topics. So now I think I can give the floor to Professor Blecic, and because he participated in the seminar on justice, inequality, and inclusion, the physical seminar that was held at Paris Nanterre in the last month, and he can give us his impression, what derives from this experience, what were the interaction, etc. Please,
Sure.
Ivan.
Sure. Thank you, Alessandra. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Can you hear me? I hope you can. Okay, I will start sharing soon. I will be as a testimonial, because there are, of course, 7 topics in the EDUC Alliance, 7 research priority topics. Let me start sharing my screen. Okay. So this, I hope you can see my screen now. Is it, Alessandra? Yes. Good.
Yes.
Fantastic. Good. So this topic, justice, inequality, and inclusion, is one of the 7 EDUC priority research topics, as Alessandra just mentioned. We have organized a first online seminar meeting in 25th of March last year, and then this year at the end of September we met finally in Nanterre, at the University of Nanterre. It was 29th and 30th September. Here you can see the organizing committee, people who were involved in organizing this. Now I want to focus a little bit more on this last seminar we had, because the other one has already been, there have been chances to report on that activities. We have organized the discussion and the involvement of researchers, senior researchers, younger researchers, on these 2, let's call them umbrella subtopics. So we organized actually 2 workshops in Nanterre on 29th and 30 September, one on duty of vigilance, which is, as there is a little short description of each subtopic. And the second one was on spatial justice. So each seminar were organized, we had kind of a first initial presentation of the topics, and then we had parallel sessions during 2 days where researchers would split and have a discussion about it. Here is a little overview of the program we've organized, we had in this workshop. I'm afraid I can't go too much, Alessandra, into the specificities of the research, of the activities, of what has been discussed in terms of the merit of the point of the topic. But what I can say is that, yes, it was really precious that we managed to meet us, and we arrived to the conclusion that we want to carry on, should there be opportunity in the next EDUC cycle. We are already discussing among us how to organize the next sessions. One thing that we think seems to be an interesting kind of a way of structuring a future meeting is to give precedence to PhD students, so that they present their researches also in progress, and the senior researchers are there kind of as a sort of a discussion panel, supporting, offering recommendations. And since it seems to us that the PhD students are always doing kind of a state-of-the-art research in many fields, it seems to us to kind of flip it in that way, and putting the PhD students in the center. would be an interesting model also to then integrate our discussions. One of the things that we also focused on was to see if there is a possibility to build more structured research project proposals. So the idea is that to use the opportunity of these meetings and to create subgroups or sub-interest groups who would then be prepared to run for Horizon 2020, Horizon projects or ERC proposals or any kind of other European calls on the topics of justice, inequality, inclusion, which was kind of. One other thing that I want to mention, if I have a couple of more minutes, just a few minutes,
Sure.
I think our time is expiring. We should leave some time, maybe if there are some questions, is that actually this research activity had one spin-off a teaching activity, or vice versa, the teaching activity that we designed with our colleagues from the University of Nanterre and Masaryk University, two universities of the EDUC Alliance. And we had this Space and Place international workshop organized as an first online and then in-presence activity. It was organized as a one-week workshop and even including the field work related to sociological, geographical, economical, urban planning analysis of an area. This one specifically was organized last year this year, last academic year in Nanterre. We had about 30 students who visited Nanterre. They did a field work, which I will be able to leave you this presentation. During the field work, they produced a website about their analysis, surveys, mapping activities, findings and visions on the neighborhood they were assigned to, because we split them in groups. Each group had to work on one specific area of the Nanterre, around Nanterre University. And this is kind of the final thing I will show you. It was after the analysis, after studying the urban, the functioning of the urban systems locally, we asked them to build future visions of this area, of this Nanterre area, and to make it a little bit more interesting, we asked them to present that visions of future Nanterre as a journal, a newspaper, an invented newspaper from the future. So I will just show you the output. This is the invented journal, the Le Nanterrien, April 2035. And the students embedding into these stories that they wrote about future visions on Nanterre included all their analysis, sociological surveys, and things that they've done on the fieldwork. I will just run through these pages of the newspaper, which you can read online, of course, if you're interested about what they thought might be the future, either pessimistic or dystopian about Nanterre. Okay. I think, Alessandra.
Thank you, Ivan. You somehow introduced the next speeches, which will be on virtual mobility. But it's interesting to hear this because, as I said, we noticed that our activity is mainly related to the 7 research areas and what is around that. But then we observed that from the other work packages in the project, so for instance, the one on virtual mobility or the other topic related to the summer school, the short intensive programs, we could observe other collaborations that of course derive from them on different topics. So this is something that we should of course follow, because there are surely interesting cooperation that are starting, not directly from the seminar, but from other activities. And another thing I want to mention, something that you said about the PhD students. Indeed, our initial ideas has been that of involving more PhD students in the seminar than senior researchers. So they were mostly, at least they had a priority as a majority to participate in the seminars. Because, as you said, of course, they are up to date with the research, etc. One limit that we observed is that maybe they don't carry on then the cooperation. So we need the involvement of PhD students, but also of their supervisors, so that the cooperation can really go on. So I hope that for the next years within EDUC shares, where we will also provide some technical assistance support to researchers for their applications for funding, and in EDUC 2, we will be able to foster this cooperation among all these participants. So thank you again. I don't see any question in the comments, so we are perfectly in time, and I can leave the floor to Giovanni Fonseca from the University of Potsdam for the next speech. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Alessandra.
Bye-bye.
Well, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Giovanni Fonseca. I'm a pedagogical engineer at Potsdam University, and I will start sharing my screen with you. So I think now you are able to look at it, and just to let you know, this is a kind of a learning journey what we have developed together, a colleague of mine here at the Potsdam University, Frederic Marté, and myself, as an observation from the pilot phase of EDUC and the connection with a local program here, which is called COIL. So who are us and what we do? As I said, I'm a pedagogical engineer in Potsdam, and Frederic is the COIL coordinator. For those who are not familiar with that acronym, COIL means Collaborative Online International Learning. So at the University of Potsdam, we have Fred, who is in charge to create those programs. In a way, it's a virtual exchange, and this specific format of COIL has some specific activities, but in general, we are talking about virtual exchanges. And also for contextualizing, well, EDUC, as you already know, work together with these 8 universities at the heart of Europe. And in the case of COIL UP, well, the focus is internationally, generally, globally, but also obviously focus on Europe, and creating projects with our alliance is also part of the scope in COIL UP. So Fred and I are working really close together and trying to make synergies from the level of EDUC, but also at the level of the university, and to try to exponentiate both potentialities of both focus of the project. So here, just to briefly notice what are the difference in terms of our intentions in each scope or each program. Well, EDUC, as you know, is an ambitious program where we want to create, or we are already, the European Digital University. And obviously, those ambitious goals are also comparable with COIL UP, more brighter, but well, here the idea is to notice that both programs are complementary, and one of the other depends on what the other do. So this is a perfect marriage or perfect matching from my perspective. When we are trying to implement the programs in EDUC, and I will show you this ultimate student experience that we are trying to implement into the rollout of EDUC, and what one important part has already implemented during the pilot phase. We are trying to create this trans-institutional community, which is it's simple to say, but it's not so easy to implement in the reality. I will talk a little bit more about later what are the challenges and how we can do it, deal with this. In terms of this experimentation with innovative physical, but also virtual and blended formats, it's a pending task. We have a very good experience during the pilot phase, and we have learned a lot, but there are still things to improve, and we will improve many aspects of those programs in the coming years. One key word for us is flexibility, because I will show you later on what are the deal that we are in a very diverse network of universities. It's not that easy to implement all the opportunities, all the virtual mobility aspects have to be taken care on, and if we try to focus on flexibilize the way we offer those opportunities to our students and how our teachers collaborate each other, it will be the best way. So flexibility means a lot for us. And obviously, as you already know from our previous participants in this event, research and education has to be together in this area. In terms of COIL pay, well, we are trying locally to in the short term to show the benefits of COIL formats or virtual exchange formats in the university, and try to invite people which are already motivated, trying to facilitate the way of joining us in these kind of programs, try to make that easy for them. We know that our teachers are overwhelmed with a lot of work, but there is a way also to create these new spaces and to embed virtual exchange or COIL formats in their own activities. And well, the main and long-term goal is like to create this opportunity for all our students to being able to experiment the so-called internationalization at home. So this is kind of the context of our cooperation between EDUC and COIL. Here I want to show you like the ultimate experience that we are planning for our students. This is just one example. It's a graphical representation. But well, as you can see, one student in the University of Southeastern Norway can start here, register with us, and for example, start with an asynchronous online course offered by Masaryk University. This is one of the examples that I want to share in terms of virtual mobility. Then he or she can attend an online course, language course in French by the University of Paris-Nanterre, or having a short-term mobility, a summer school at Cagliari. Then they can choose to have a micro-credentials or intensive course offered by our partner Jaume Primero, and so on and so on. You can create a very complex, diverse, and meaningful, flexible pathway of learning on your own when you are part of EDUC, right? And what I want to focus on this possible ultimate journey of our students are these three elements, which have to be or are very good related with virtual mobility or virtual exchanges. For example, these asynchronous online courses, an example of virtual mobility. The student doesn't have to move from their home university to have access to online courses, seminars, or other formats based on digital learning. Another option or opportunity is a virtual exchange. It can be, as this COIL format, a collaborative, synchronous, or mixed experience among two different partners or more of them, which are organized a common program for them for a specific period of time, which can be this example here in the middle. And obviously, there is also the chance to have self-organized virtual exchanges, as for example, in a peer learning modality, as for a tandem language course, let's say, where participants organize themselves meetings to be peers in their own learning processes of learning a foreign language. So this is kind of an overview, an example of what we are doing with virtual mobility and virtual exchanges within EDUC. And then Fred and I were trying to reflect on this first period, the pilot phase of EDUC, and we start to delivering how we can improve things, to systematize things, and so on. So it came the idea of network learning community of practices. And this is nothing new, but it was like very clear for us that that could be the way to go forward. And I will try to explain what it's all this about. Well, it's perfectly clear that we are part of a network. The 8 universities that conform our alliance are totally interconnected, and we communicate among each other, and we collaborate among each other through the staff which is working for EDUC, but also in other forums and other ways. Mainly, the work that we realize as part of the staff of EDUC is based on the principles of virtual mobility, virtual exchange, and COIL. Formally, we are not in a virtual mobility way of learning, but as long as nobody has a manual to follow the instruction on how to create the European digital university, we are learning on our way how to do it. And this is a permanent learning process for all the actors involved in our network, in our alliance. So we are in a permanent learning process, and we support each other. So that's exactly the definition of network learning. So we are a learning community, a very international, intercultural one, which has to happen that we have to create the European Digital University. And where are the communities of practices? Because, as I mentioned, that was the idea, to connect networking learning with communities of practices. Well, officially, we test in the framework or the work of the mobility, virtual mobility working package during the pilot phase, communities of practices organized by teachers. This is the official part. The non-official part is that actually all the work that we have done in the context of the working packages or the working groups or the different meeting or team meetings among us, whether the project managers meet, the community managers, the pedagogical engineers, etc., the steering committee by itself, have been acting in the last years as little or not so little communities of practices, where in each community of practices, more or less, there are a common topic, a common purpose to meet, to learn, to share experiences, to help, to collaborate, to create new concepts, products, things. So actually, all those different topics that you can see here centered in the, this is representing the staff of EDUC, which are actively involved in all those working packages and tasks involved in those, are actually working as a community of practices. And one of the biggest let's say, ideas that we have, or one of very important observation, it was that those community of practices have to be communicate very much actively than from the beginning. In some way, these working packages were isolated, working in their own tasks, but in some point we realized, no, there is a need to create actually a working group which have members for those different working packages. So at the end, this the so-called ephemeral working group, it has to be this way of communicating among those community of practices, and it's creating then a permanent network of communication and collaboration among those communities of practices in EDUC. And this can be, or it's supposed to be, ideally replicated probably by the same topics or by similar profile of people involved in those communities of practices in each of those 8 universities. That was I tried to represent in this graphic. That will be the ideal case, but we know that the reality is different because our universities are very diverse, and not all the topics or not all the people are necessarily represented in terms of the tasks that we have to develop or the working package that we have to deliver within EDUC. So we know that this is a very diverse alliance, network of participants, and from those differences, we have to think in a strategy to cover or to harmonize those differences. And I will try to explain a bit what is our vision for the concept that we are discussing permanently, Fred and myself, for the coming years within EDUC. We noticed that one of the communities of practices, for example, is the group of pedagogical engineers, which normally discuss a lot. We discuss a lot in terms of how to implement different parts of those working packages or projects that we have, obviously from the pedagogical perspective. And one of the target groups that we are very interested to motivate and to work with are obviously the teachers, because that's the way to achieve the ultimate goal, which is improve or offer meaningful learning processes to our students. So in that sense, the way to do that, to create an harmonization between what we organize centrally in EDUC and to try to connect and communicate within the universities and to the final actors which will implement those programs is or can be and has been during the pilot phase the EDUC Academy. So the EDUC Academy has to create, or in the future will improve the way that this diversity of universities work all together. We should create differentiated programs in order to try to harmonize those differences. One In this example that I am trying to share with you, is not all the teachers work in the same way, but they should cooperate to create those virtual exchange and virtual mobility learning offers. How to deal with these, the development of those competencies and skills that led teachers to create those kind of projects. That's part of the tasks that we have for the second phase within the intensify of the EDUC University Teaching Academy. And we are planning exactly to do that through the strengthening of these local communities of practices, because are crucial for us. That's part of the observations that we have done during the last months when we have evaluating what we have learned from the pilot phase. So just to going into the finalization of my input, well, there are just one, it's just one C in EDUC, but this C means a lot. Means that for us, one of the most important things is to create community. We have this task pending, not only locally in the universities, but also globally, and interconnections among those communities of practices. This is an open task for the rollout of EDUC, which we think is crucial for the successful and the improvement and maintaining the quality of the educational offers that we are doing. Without collaboration, there is no way to create anything. And in that sense, this is the second C that I will say it's still in our focus for the next years to come. One of the most important things that we have experienced is how important the communication among the members of the alliance is, and how this communication can make exactly the difference. Just to give you the example of the pedagogical influence, when we set the environment and the atmosphere to create constructive communication among each other, and we set a common platform to create that communication, to have these different channels to communicate among other. The work among the members of this group were just going in a very fluid way. So this is part of what we have to foster also to happen in different communities of practices that are working already locally and also globally in our alliance. And there is no way to create something new as our alliance is if we are not using our best creative ways of getting things done. So creativity is an important element in our alliance to be always possible to solve the challenge that even we are not able to imagine today. So this is basic for us. And just to finalize, like how to land these ideas into the reality. Those trainings that we want to implement with teachers, and that we want also the teachers to implement in their own on the virtual mobility or virtual exchange offers that they will create in the future, have to be very dynamic. And normally, I explained that last year in the annual event too. What are the importance of moving in these different learning approaches between pedagogy, andragogy, and heutagogy is always a dynamic movement which is very related with the role of the educator. The educator has to realize that in each approach, and I use here as an example the 5-stage model of Gilles Salmon, when we plan a program which these different stages, in this case 5, it could be more or less, but in these different stages, we have to be clever in choosing what is the best approach to foster those meaningful learning processes. And this is just something that we have to keep in mind, not only to create those new training tracks for our teachers in the context of the EDUC Academy, but also trying to apply that diversity and dynamic way of approaching learning in the different educational offers that we have. And just to finalize, I leave this in case you want to stay in touch with me or with Fred. And I don't think that there are any comments or questions. And I have still 5 minutes. I'm not sure if our next panelists are already there. But if that's the case, I will give the floor to them. And I hope you have a very nice conversation with the roundtable that our one of our pedagogical engineers in the University of Rennes organized with some of the teachers that have been involved in this virtual mobility and virtual exchange programs. So in that sense, I hope that my input serves as a theoretical introduction to the very pragmatical way of implementing those programs, and you can exchange a lot on that topic. Thank you very much. Denise, you are very
welcome. Thank you,
welcome.
Giovanni, and thank you for your presentation. We'll try to take some elements from it and probably say a few things anew for the people who weren't there before. Thank you again. Okay. Have a great day.
I wish you a great exchange. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So we're a little bit in advance regarding the initial timing. So we're just going to wait for a few minutes for our student to join, Thilo. In the meantime, maybe I can quickly introduce the two of you to the audience. Well, you know, I think the best way to have you being introduced to our audience is to let you do that part. So Guillaume, Olga, so Guillaume Dupont-Nivet, who teaches at both Université de Rennes and Potsdam University, if my memory is correct, and Olga Denti, who teaches at Cagliari University. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Guillaume, I see that you're up and ready.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm a geologist actually, so I teach geology, but I am quite open to other topics. So I do research and a lot of teaching also at both universities, as you mentioned, and I try to combine different fields and invite different experts in my classes. And so this is what I did in this EDU class that I'm going to talk about.
Okay, just we'll keep it to a very short introduction, and we'll talk again about both of you in a few minutes. Just giving us a few minutes to let Thilo join us, and also to reach the initial time that was programmed for this session. And Olga, please go ahead. In a few words, who are you?
Thank you, Denny. Good afternoon, everyone. I am a professor of English, linguistics and translation at the University of Cagliari. And I'm also head of the University Languages Center. And that's enough, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so 2:30. I think we are almost set and ready. I hope that Thilo can join us in a few minutes. In the meantime, I think I'll start. We will start, and we will let Thilo join us when he's ready. Just let me get my things ready. I'm just checking if he didn't send me a message or else. Nothing on my side. Okay, well. Oh, there's a little buzzing noise from I don't know where, but okay, well, you know what? Let's start. So, may I invite you to just cut your microphones for a very short while, and I'll invite you to reactivate it in a few minutes. So, welcome to all. Welcome to this, the second EDUC annual event. You've probably, or maybe you've been following us in the past presentation of today's event. If not, well, you're welcome as well, of course. We're here gathered in this virtual presentation for something a little different than what you've seen today, previously. We're here for a roundtable. The idea is to discuss our topics, which are virtual mobility and virtual exchanges. So to deal with this topic, our wish was to get testimonials from people who have experienced these things, these new teaching and learning modalities in the context of EDUC, through EDUC courses. So as we said a little bit earlier, we have the pleasure to have today Guillaume Dupont-Nivet, who's a researcher and research officer in geosciences at the University of Rennes 1 and Potsdam University. So as you said, Guillaume, you're teaching geosciences, and you were a teacher in the Geodynamics Climate and Biodiversity Project. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we also have the pleasure to have Olga, who introduced herself a little earlier, who's an associate professor of English linguistics and translation at the University of Cagliari, and who taught in the gamification, also called the Escape Game Project, because there was only one. It was the Escape Game Project. Welcome again, Olga. And so in a few minutes also, we will have Thilo Stapper, who's a former student at Potsdam University and a former participant to an EDUC course, which included virtual mobility. So I'm just going to, as a first step, let's say, to our exchange, I would like to remind our audience, and maybe also you, colleagues, dear colleagues and teachers, the definitions that we put behind virtual mobility and virtual exchange. It's a little longish, but these notions, as you have probably experienced them, are quite complex in themselves. So by virtual mobility, we define it as educational practices that allow students from one educational institution to follow courses organized at a different institution, usually based in a different country, without having to leave home. The essential components of this virtual mobility, which is the intercultural learning obtained through collaboration between students in the two institutions, is not necessary here. The focus of virtual mobility is to provide subject knowledge, possibly in an area or a specific topic not taught at the student's home university, by taking advantage of complementary expertise, and does not require the student to interact with peers from the host institution. In itself, this is what we hear about virtual mobility. However, as we know, there are many shapes of virtual mobility, and we also use the notion of virtual exchange. So the virtual exchange is defined as technology-enabled, sustained, people-to-people education programs. In other words, there is an element of collaboration and exchange between participants, with a focus not only on subject learning, but also on the development of transversal skills, including intercultural communication and digital literacies. So a core principle of this is that the collaboration needs to be sustained. In other words, a one-off meeting, such as taking part in a webinar, does not constitute a VE project, a virtual exchange project. However, it could fit a virtual mobility project. So terms such as COIL, Collaborative Online International Learning, I think Giovanni mentioned it in his previous presentation, Global Digital Exchange, Telecollaboration, Teletandem, and eTandem, the latter three used primarily in the area of foreign language learning, all share the same defining elements. So this is for the definitions of both virtual mobility and virtual exchange. Before going forward, I would like to welcome Thilo Stopper, so who is, as I said, a former student at Potsdam University, if my memory is correct, and so a former participant to an EDUC course, which included, well, is it virtual mobility or virtual exchange then? According to what we've just heard, it's probably virtual exchange. Welcome aboard, Thilo.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for the delay. There was some technical problem, I guess, but I'm here.
No problem. Can you tell a few words about yourself very quickly?
Yes, for sure. I'm a student. I was studying at the University of Potsdam. Now I graduated. I was studying media sciences, and I attended an online course for Italian language from EDUC. Yes.
Okay, so it's funny because I'll say so. Your curriculum within EDUC, or let's say the courses that you've followed through EDUC, really fit the definitions we've just mentioned, especially the virtual exchange one. So from there, I would like to ask you a few questions, considering the previous elements that we've seen. So I'm sorry, Thilo, you missed the definitions that I've read. I send them to everyone as some sort of pre-reading to make sure we are using the same basis for today's roundtable. But now, knowing this, I wanted to ask you, let's say, the same questions, because I would like, what we're aiming at here is to get the feedback from different perspectives, people with different perspectives. So teachers, students, I could give a feedback as well as a personnel from one of the universities within EDUC, but that's not the point today. I really want to have your feedback using, for instance, this very first question. So how did you feel in regard of these definitions, virtual mobility and virtual exchange, and how did they apply in the project in which you worked? Who wants to start? So if I'm saying it again, how virtual mobility and virtual exchange, applied to your project, to the project in which you worked in EDUC. Yes,
I
Olga?
can start if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay. Yes, our project was precisely between the two. The project Cagliari and Ren 1 and also Masaryk last year was was created by our colleague Anne Longwell and Olivier Morali from Rennes University. And so we applied, and it was a fantastic project. So our students had to work in their home university. We used the same course. The course was gamification applied to learning English. And they also had group work, a lot of group work to carry out. So I completely applied this new way of teaching and new topic, as you were mentioning in the definition of virtual mobility. And but also after the students had to work parallel But then we also, and we had a general project where students, the only, let's say, contact between our students was that our students had to fill in a survey on gaming habits and also intercultural issues created by the students of the other universities. So this was virtual mobility more than exchange. Then we had a more intensive program where students were organized in groups composed by students from all three universities. They also had to carry out an individual project, a logbook with their objectives in learning English, and they had to work in teams with the students from the other universities and create an escape game. So this was the project talking, about virtual mobility and virtual exchange, exactly what we mean.
It seems to be a truly good example of a project which was truly at the crossroads between virtual mobility and virtual exchange. So it completely
Yes.
makes sense. And thank you for this feedback. I wanted to have your feedback, Thilo, as a student. To you, how did it feel? These notions of virtual mobility and virtual exchange that we use a lot within EDUC. How did it apply to you and to the course that you followed?
Yeah, so for me, since this was, maybe to explain a bit briefly the background, this was an Italian course. I have studied Italian before at my university, so you could probably say virtual mobility. Well, Italian language is also taught at my university, but then again, this was with a native speaker who didn't speak English or German, so there was no way to communicating. So I saw this as a benefit of kind of like being in Italy and studying there. So that I would say applied definitely. For the virtual exchange, for me personally, a big lacking problem with all online courses or platforms is still that the exchange kind of like is limited in terms of opening the mic or closing it or other technical parts. So that was a bit lacking. I'm not sure if that applies to your definition. I hope that this suits.
Well, no, and the feedback is more than welcome. We will a little later on. We will talk about the challenges that were encountered by each of you. Thank you for this answer, Thilo. In the meantime, I would also like to have Guillaume's, Mr. Dupont-Nivet's feedback on the geoscience project that you've been working on.
Well, I'm very happy if you call me Guillaume, Denis.
Either way, I usually call people by their surname, but
of course,
because we're colleagues before all, so if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. Yeah, no, it's interesting. So in my project, actually, it was more about virtual mobility. This was just the beginning of EDUC, and we had already the class given before, and we were already doing some conferences online. So it fits quite well with this. But then the COVID hit, and everybody ended staying at home, and we didn't have any more any connections, real connections. And I think this is where, because you want to know how I feel about this. This is where I think we saw the limits of virtual mobility. Because the second time we gave the class, I realized the students were able only to produce 1/4 of the work they used to produce because they were not gathering as a group. It was too much screen time in the day and they just couldn't do it. And then, so we had some virtual exchange in that class by sharing a lot of material and doing some exercise together. So they had to read some papers. It was a research-based class, and have question and answers together. And this was quite good, actually, very practical, especially between Potsdam and Rennes. But again, it was more screen time. And so yeah, that was, I think, also the limits that we saw.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question for each of you was, what opportunities did you see when you first contacted EDUC? I mean, and in contrast to this, what are the observations that can be made after living the experience? I would like to know, the contrast between what you first expected and what you got from EDUC. And I think it's important for, well, the audience, potential future students and teachers within EDUC to know that. So the opportunities you first saw in EDUC and the observations that can be made after living it. Maybe starting by our student, Thilo, do you mind?
Sure. It's a hard question, I guess. For me, I think there were not many expectations. It was just I saw a chance and opportunity here to learn Italian in an Italian university with an Italian teacher. So getting more of a native approach to the language and just having a different environment to learn other than the courses that I did previously already. So that was something new, and that also kind of fulfilled itself. But other than that, I think I did not have specific expectations, and I was also not demoralized afterwards. I found this a great course. It helped me improve my language. Of course, as I said briefly, technical problems here and there, but other than that, yeah, it was great.
Okay, so truly an intercultural angle in your approach, because you were saying that you had no specific expectations apart from, well, having the chance to learn Italian. I would like to say the Italian way. So with an Italian teacher in an Italian university, but at a distance. So,
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And okay, maybe Olga then. What about?
When I applied, my idea was to work with colleagues who I thought, had different approaches to teaching and maybe research. And then the result was absolutely positive. We worked together very well, trying to solve, all the challenges we will be talking about later. And then also learning from each other. And I have learned a new way of teaching, which I will apply also in the future. And it's been very, it's been demanding, but also very rewarding, I have to say.
Yeah, it's interesting. In your feedback, I hear this notion of teaching culture, meaning to go into these projects to discover new ways of teaching. There is always I'd say so, the interface that represents interculturalism, but it helps go towards this objective of learning new ways to teach or to learn.
Yeah.
For in this context. And what about you, Guillaume? What were your expectations at first, and what did it give in the end?
So it's slightly different because as I said, we were already having this class online with I think we had like 10 people coming in the class, 10 teachers. So what I was expecting from EDUC, it was more of a platform and some technical support, so more virtual exchange tools. And really that was very positive, I have to say. And I would join Olga in saying that it made us as a group of teachers learn new tools, new learning tools, new ways of learning, and so for this, I think the virtual experience was really positive, and EDUC as well was supportive and helping on these directions. I learned a lot.
Okay, so thank you very much. A more tool-based approach on your side, and it's fully understandable as well. I mean, as an alliance, we also try to provide a set of common tools to allow a better collaboration between teachers, between students, but also between teacher and students, because these are the three, let's say, the three notions in the triangle of pedagogical relationship per se. And I have the same question, but regarding indeed the challenges. We've evoked them a little bit earlier. So maybe, Attila, you started talking about the technical difficulties. Can you tell us a little bit more about overall the challenges that you first saw when you contacted EDUC, and then the challenges that you observed during and after living this experience?
So for challenges before, it's pretty much the same as with, as I said before, I didn't foresee anything. But then having the course, of course, if I compare it to a normal Italian course in Italy, there are some disadvantages always, I think, with online or with virtual mobility courses, etc. So, for example, a lack of communicating with other students, building friendships, or yeah, stuff like that. And then also the environment, the learning environment was basically just a Zoom call, let's say, where there was not a lot of opportunity to actually exchange each other with the students beyond the course. So during the course, there were some opportunities, but beyond that, there were none. And I think this is could also be a great chance for virtual mobility courses or virtual exchange courses to, let's say, in best case, build friendships beyond the course. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, despite I'll say so, let's say simple tools with simple uses, as you pictured it, it was before all the human relationships. I mean, going beyond the challenge of technical difficulties, in the end, there was still the contact, the human contact that helped going through the course, according to your feedback, if I got it correctly. Okay. What about you, Guillaume? To change a little bit the order.
So you take me by surprise. Yeah, no, I really, yeah, I follow Thilo's analysis. I think that was the main challenge, especially because of the COVID period. So we couldn't even meet. We had some meetings scheduled. And so this is something I think we need to integrate, that there is always some kind of meeting, of real meeting in these classes. And I mean, as we have learned all working online, we can now better define what we need to meet really non-virtually, what we need to meet for, what is the reason for that, and what can be done online. And this is now how I try. I'm doing a new edu class. I'm trying more to look at this kind of stuff. The other challenge was programs. So between different universities. So when you set up the class, and I think this is still the case, it's really difficult to find the right partners and then fit the schedules and fit this into the classes. And so sometimes it was just not possible for the other university, for some students to join the class. Yeah.
Indeed, it's interesting what you're saying in your feedback, because we have not mentioned it much before. I don't know about Giovanni's, my colleague Giovanni, who had the presentation before. I do not know if you mentioned it fully, but we are in the alliance of now 8 different universities. It was 6 a few months ago. But even amongst the 6 first universities of the alliance, calendar issues were a thing indeed, because some universities start their first semester at the very beginning of September or in August, and some other universities start their autumn semester in mid-October. So it really creates a gap that we are trying to, for which we are trying to find, let's say, very contextual solutions, because this is not something you can solve by just clapping in your hands and thinking, okay, there's a magic solution. So it's always a big work also for us pedagogical engineers to find the good ways of, let's say, not stitching the programs together, but ensuring that all students and all teachers can follow their course or give their course in the best possible conditions. And indeed, the COVID crisis gave, I'd say, so a new angle to this virtual mobility and virtual exchange notions, with the for us integrating the screen time was a big thing indeed, because we were spending all our work meetings, but as a student, our learning time behind the screen, and it had an impact on everyone. And Olga, please, last but not least, the challenges.
More or less, some of them,
For you
of
in
course,
EDUC.
have already been mentioned. The misalignment in terms of schedules, the beginning of the semester, grading systems. So certain issues that were different from one university to the other. But I have to say that we managed to meet in person as well before starting the course. And that was great because we were able to work a lot and, get everything done to start. And it was great. And I have to say that all pedagogical engineers have been really helpful throughout the whole project. Very, very helpful. So
Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Both from Rennes and from Cagliari, and actually the whole EDUC group, I have to say. So that's a big thank you to them and you.
Well, thank you very much.
For the challenges that we have met. But of course, at the beginning, students needed to be motivated. And we know what a challenge that is, even if it's a completely new project. Sometimes when they face new methodologies or new types of activities, they get scared, and they need to be motivated and accompanied, I would say. And then which technologies to use? Teams, Moodle. We were waiting for the Moodle platform, the EDUC platform, and finally we got one. So, and then helping the students to meet in their groups, and they use the Discord, they use Teams, they use the WhatsApp probably as well. So they tried several platforms. What else? Let me think if I'm missing anything else.
It's true that it's sorry to cut you out. It's to give you a little time to reflect on things, but for your case, well, I've had the chance to follow your project and to see it being born into the EDUC Alliance, and it was truly impressive because you had indeed the scheduling and calendar issues, because all three universities were had very different timings for the classes for the students. So for the first phase of the project, which was well, it was gathering almost 1,000 students. So it's huge. I mean, it's just a number said like this, but it's absolutely huge. So thankfully, there was also behind this course a wonderful team of teachers, and you found, along indeed with all our colleagues, the best possible solutions for the students to allow them to follow the course, to still have a course that truly teaches concrete skills, regarding the topic of the course and the methodology and the learning modalities behind this course. And then the second and third phase, which allowed students to go more through the virtual exchange part of the project, gave another dimension to what is possible to do, even if at first we're online, maybe separate from the other students. It was I don't know how to say it in English, but it should have had this impression of going deeper into this experience for the students that went from phase 1 to phase 3. all the way. And in the end, what happened was that the students that were in phase 3 met each other. Physically speaking. Guillaume, you were saying earlier that to you it's essential that people meet each other, for real. And we know it's not possible for all projects because physical mobility has its own challenges, notably in terms of cost, very simply, for both students and teachers. But when you're given the possibility to do so, and when it fits the context of the project, I believe it's a true and very rich opportunity. My next question, because we have around 10 more minutes to exchange, and I would like to give a few minutes for the audience's questions. But we spoke about skills. I mentioned skills just a minute ago. I wanted to know what you felt that you truly gained, skills-wise or other, from living or working in a virtual mobility or a virtual exchange course. Well, depending on the course you've experienced, of course. So, yeah, what skills did you truly gain from living or working this on this course? Maybe we can start with Guillaume this time.
Okay. Yeah. So we already talked a little bit about this. So there were skills. The virtual exchange, the tools, and I think, and as I said before, the most important for me was to basically redefine the way I was teaching and go with my colleagues, and this is very, very fresh, and it gives you a new way of seeing and teaching. And so I think that was the most important skill. Otherwise, in terms of, very technical stuff, it opened my eyes to the possibilities, and so the new class we are now developing with EDUC, it's really very technical. It's now this time taking geology students into a virtual field and preparing them to actually face the mountains when they will go in the field, and so we have some 3D images, and you can really get into these things. We're hoping to have also virtual reality, and so yeah, all these possible technical tools. I think I learned a lot also with this project.
Okay, thank you. And Thilo, what about you as a student? Because indeed, you probably learned Italian. That's the main expected skill. But beyond this, did you develop something else, unexpected?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Beyond this, I thought about it now. Luckily, I was not the first to answer. I think beyond this, it was basically for us, just as I said, this virtual room of having a call. So in terms of skills related to technology, I think there was not much to learn, and I also didn't learn anything new regarding to that. But in terms of understanding how teaching could or can be done in the future, I think it was named a few nice examples before by my speaker before. I think it would be great to have like a really virtual room where to meet, where you actually want to be, maybe 5 to 10 minutes after the Zoom, the call, even after the lesson, to exchange each other, maybe to experience something together. And I think maybe looking at games and how they do that currently, and maybe involving something like that into the lessons would be good ideas or starting points, because I think that's what I learned for myself, that there is a lot of opportunity still in this field, and a lot of chances, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. And what about you, Olga? Back to the teacher's perspective.
I have the students' perspective first, that I have learned the presentation skills, how to produce, to download the data from, for example, preparing a survey and present the data to other people. So we have been working a lot in class as well. They have learned They have practiced a lot of writing. They have practiced speaking, reading abilities. They have learned how to make an escape, a virtual escape game. It's been a very creative course. And I'm very happy with the results. They have also learned how to work in groups, which is very important also in terms of job opportunities, especially with students from different cultural backgrounds. So it's been very important for them. It's been I've learned with them. I've learned the use of new softwares and technology, and of course. As you mentioned, we also had the possibility to go to Rennes for a week, and they came to Cagliari for 1 week, and they made a final escape room in presence, a real escape room, and they even worked with students from art and design in Rennes. So it's been a very intercultural, a very engaging project. So they have learned several skills which do not only have to deal with learning English or improving their language skills in general.
Yeah, I hear a lot of
the physical mobility is very motivating as well for them. It's been the ice on cake, let's say. So the good end for the project, let's say.
Yeah, from what you're saying, I hear a lot of non-disciplinary skills, something more general that they can apply to future projects or even in their careers, potentially.
Transversal, yeah.
So that's very transversal. My last question before giving you the audience question is how do you imagine virtual mobility or virtual exchanges courses, virtual mobility or virtual exchange future courses for both teachers and students? How do you imagine this? Maybe Thilo, you as a student, how do you imagine it for future?
Yeah, well, I mentioned a few points already. I think right now, at least in the courses that I've been, it sounds like there are a lot more greater courses here. But the ones that I've been in, there was always this virtual room similar to this one. You could speak, you could open your mic, you could chat, but beyond that, there was nothing. So having, for example, a real virtual room where you enter in, where you maybe have a small character, you can walk around, you can interact with things, with people. I know this sounds maybe like science fiction and whatnot, but I think this could maybe lead to more social virtual interaction, let's say. And I think I can imagine there being something like that in the future, to make these courses more engaging and beyond the pure knowledge that you gain in the course itself.
Okay, so more of a virtual hub, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, like a virtual hub, but I would add in elements of gamification, because I think learning can be fun and should be fun, and why not make it more enjoyable? Virtual.
Okay. Well, and what about you, Guillaume? How do you imagine virtual mobility and virtual exchange for future courses?
Yeah, just to mention, Olga just disappeared.
Yeah, it seems that we lost Olga. I hope that it's only a temporary technical issue.
Okay, there is a message. She says, "I'm in the backstage."
Oh, so maybe we can ask, they probably hear me, the technicians behind the show, to please bring Olga back for a few minutes. We're almost done.
Okay,
perfect. Great. And Olga is back. Thank you very much. Sorry, Olga, you had been put away by mistake. We're sorry about this.
Actually, I did it.
Oh, you did?
Instead of muting, I closed it. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So sorry, I was just about to give the word to Guillaume so that you can tell us, Guillaume, how do you imagine virtual mobility and virtual exchange for future courses for both teachers and students?
Well, just like Thilo mentioned, I think there are some still, we are just at the beginning of this adventure. We took a huge step because of the COVID, I think. but there are still some very big possibilities technically. You are seeing the development of this metaverse. I'm working on this virtual reality class where students are already wearing these goggles and goggles, sorry. And so, yeah, so there is this pathway. And there is also the one we mentioned that we have, I think future classes will define better the needs for physical interactions and the means for that we have for online interactions, and I see that they will get better and better in this direction by defining what should be done online and what should be done physically.
Okay, so to keep developing both ways, in fact, to interact virtually and physically with the respective tools and methods, if I hear you correctly. So.
No,
okay.
absolutely.
And what about you, Holger? To you, how do you imagine future virtual mobility and virtual exchange for future courses for both teachers and students?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay. I'm very slow right now. My connection is very slow, sorry. As a matter of fact, we are repeating the project this year as well. I think virtual mobility has been working very well, but I think with the possibility of a physical mobility, a short period of physical mobility, it works even better. But I'm happy with what we have been doing, and I think it's a very good. The EDUC project in these terms is very well planned.
Thank you very much. And so, switching very quickly because we're technically out of time, but I really want to have you answer this question from my colleague Giovanni, who was in the previous presentation. What do you think would be the best way to turn challenges into learning opportunities? Because you've been mentioning different things, technical issues, how to connect with other people, etc., etc. Now, how do you turn this challenge into a learning opportunity, according to you? What's the best way to do that? Maybe starting with Guillaume, how do you perceive this?
Well, I think one very good way is what we are doing now. So, reporting and also especially getting feedback from students and letting the students, I think, mostly really drive the way we build these tools and classes. Yeah, that would be
okay. Yeah, I mean, indeed, you're right. We're here for this. I mean, we're here to explain about how in barely 3 years within EDUC we have developed potential solutions to go beyond some existing challenges. And what about you, Olga? What's the best way to turn a challenge into a learning opportunity? Can you hear us, Olga?
Me? Yes, sorry, I wasn't sure you were talking to me.
Yes.
We have tried some challenges. I don't think we can really solve some of the challenges. One of the problems, as we were saying, is schedules and lessons and semesters. But we have been managing to find the best time at least to carry out certain activities, and we have found a balance. So it's possible.
Yeah, and from what you're saying, I hear similar elements to what Guillaume was saying, because I know that you relied a lot on students as well. You were always in connection with your students, also due to these different calendar issues, agenda issues, and so on and so on. So you can already spot some similarities. Put some trust into the students because they want and need these courses. And talking about students, to finish on this, Thilo, what's your perspective on this? What do you think is the best way to turn challenges into learning opportunities?
Yeah, I think I can not add much. I can just agree with what was said already. I think student feedback like now is always nice to have. Students, of course, have a different view on the lessons, on the courses, and I was also surprised by the challenges the other like you guys faced, because for me they were not visible, of course, because they happen in the background. But I think therefore there could also be issues in the background that are not visible from the students, and so having a good way of feedbacking is of course always nice.
Okay, so from this I also hear to keep a good communication between all parties of the same
Yes.
project, of the same course. Okay, well, I think this wraps it up for this roundtable. I would like to thank you all again very much, Guillaume Dupont-Nivet, Olga Denti, and Thilo Stapper, for your presence and active participation in this roundtable about virtual mobility and virtual exchanges. Next is Erin Anna Smith and Claire Lepage to talk about the EDUC summer schools. So for Guillaume, Olga, and Thilo, I'll say see you sometime. See you next time.
Thank you.
Erin and Claire, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me okay. I trust that is the case. So welcome to our presentation that will be talking about the summer schools and the various different programs we organize as part of the first version of EDUC. Today we will be, we will be discussing, and I will allow Claire to introduce herself in a moment. I apologize, but yes, we'll be discussing just kind of why students may be interested in doing some summer schools, and specifically since our target is mostly teachers, why teachers would want to be teaching in these summer schools and what are some of the lessons we have learned. And because it's always good to have some practical component, what are the next steps to get involved if you get so passionate about doing it? So my name is Erin. I work at Maastricht University, and I work with the summer schools in general and within EDUC specifically with these various different programs that are now on the screen. At Maastricht University, we organize two courses. The first is Green City, which was a blended course, so it was partially online and partially in person, and it was focusing on the economic approaches and ways to improve policies and make your cities be greener. And that was done by looking at car sharing and other different mobilities like this. The other course that we organized was only in person, and it was focusing on climate change communication policy. So that was looking at kind of in the macro sense of what is all these climate change policies that are created in the world, and how do you actually put them into place within your city. So trying to bring everything more down to the local level. So students looked specifically at, what are some European policies that are put into effect within Brno, where we were taking place. Claire, I hope you will introduce yourself and also the project that you worked on.
Yes, so thank you very much, Erin. So I hope you can hear me well as well. So yes, so my name is Claire Lepage, and I work at ENSAT School of Engineering, which is part of Rennes University. And I've been involved in the EDUC project, with our summer school, which was called the Internet of Things. So it was a program which was definitely about hardware and software aspect of the IoT, and the students were offered some hands-on practical courses mixed with societal issues that they had to solve with the support of a local company which is specialized in analyzing the flow of pedestrians and cyclists over the world. So then I will leave the floor to Erin to carry on, and I will tell you more about this.
Yes, so as you can see, the three courses that were organized by Claire and myself are not the only ones. And I want to just quickly touch on them to give kind of the broad picture, because this will tie into the conversations that we will be having for the next 20 minutes or so. The courses ranged in various fields. Obviously, Claire's was a very hands-on practical one for more technical students, and the ones organized at Maastricht University were more social sciences. But we also had courses that were organized by all of the partners. So Potsdam, Pech, Cagliari, and Pierre also organized programs. And this was an important part for us to be able to offer a wide variety of courses for students from different areas of study to get together. So if we look at why students would be interested in working with going on a summer school, I think that this is a big assumption for a lot of people that do not work directly with summer schools, is why would students want to study during their time off? And that's how we want to start today. So when people decide to participate on a summer school, it's because mostly it's really a deliberate choice. The students that participating on these programs, they are taking the time out of their free time, and that means that they are really invested in the academic issues, which can make the courses very rewarding for many, many different reasons. So that means that summer schools often explore very different topics than what you might get in the normal day-to-day classes that you have as part of your studies, and they are often meant to also provide deeper knowledge into specific topics. So whereas in many of our normal classes that we have in university life, we'll touch on a lot of broad-based overreaching topics, summer schools typically will dive deep into it, which will then mean that the students will be specifically looking to have kind of some expertise knowledge. The other benefit often is that there are the smaller classes and more diverse student body, which within EDUC is almost guaranteed because the goal is to have students from all the partner universities. So you know that you will have a very diverse student body. One thing I would say is that, and this is the case for many summer schools, not just EDUC ones. So as you will hear later on, we'll be talking about teaching in summer schools in general. This also means that many times teachers will find that in front of them are not just students from the country where they normally teach in, but it will be from many different nationalities and giving different perspectives. And also an important thing about summer schools is to get outside the classroom and to have some hands-on experiences by maybe doing site visits, going to different NGOs or governmental bodies or companies to get some experiences. In the bottom right photo, you see here a group of students that went actually to a waste treatment plant to kind of see some of the how policies are being implemented. And this is kind of an example of what is the benefits oftentimes in summer schools. And last but not least, oftentimes these are used to help students in their future lives. So if they, whether or not you get credits, which is up to the home university always, it can be added to their CV and, you know, saying, I spent 2 or 3 weeks in this place where I got to really dive into the topic of machine learning or dive into the topic of policy making, and doing all these things can also enhance the student's CV. Non-academic, though, is, I think, maybe the easiest reason why students might choose to do a summer school. And this is often maybe the easiest way to recruit students and get students to be interested in it. Because the students who choose to do a summer school, they are getting to, in many cases, see a new place and really get to know it deeply. Typically, when I think we travel, we don't, even if we are traveling for 2 weeks, we don't stay in the same place for that whole 2 weeks. We will jump around different cities and see other things. But with the summer schools, it is an opportunity for students to, you know, travel with a purpose and get to see a new part of Europe or a new part of the world, depending on where they're coming from. Within the EDUC summer schools, it's a little bit more unique because there's also home university students participating. So for those students, the motivation is a little bit more different. It's not that you get to go and travel someplace, but you get to see your city in a new light. I think that was one of the most interesting things for our students, is that even though they had lived here for 3 or 4 years, they hadn't seen Brno from the perspective of how international students see it. And that was also really good. And by having these programs with people from all other different universities, you get to make friends and connections from around the world, improve the linguistic skills and intercultural communication skills. So the benefits, I think, are extremely clear on why, you know, summer schools are important and useful, and why people would want to actually choose to spend some time in their outside of university life to participate. But more importantly, I think it's why teachers would want to be teaching. So Claire, if you would take over.
Yes, so as a teacher myself, so I could actually experience, how rewarding those programs were. The first thing is about, I would say, on a teacher to student level. As Erin mentioned to you already, it means that we have groups of students who are mostly motivated and very curious to join those activities, which creates a very positive atmosphere for the teachers. Then because they are in small groups, they can also interact a lot, and I definitely myself appreciate it. You can, of course, as a teacher, create some new activities, which are most, as I said, based on interactive kind of activities, or also definitely student-centered. And even if it is a little bit challenging at times, the interesting point is also that because it on a short and limited time, you can have a very quick feedback from the students about what works or what doesn't work, and which means that again it helps in the interaction with the students. So that was very important. Then the other big advantage that I can see is on a teacher to teacher level, because most of these programs were built with a real cooperation and collaboration with teachers from other universities. So which meant that we could share our teaching either with someone in the same discipline or someone with a different one. And it was quite complementary. So which also means that if you are in a research program, you can increase your network and you can definitely get more information for your research. And the collaboration that we all experience in those programs were most of the time very fruitful for the teachers. So in that sense, that's something which is definitely rewarding. So now, of course, I'm not going to say that this is not difficult. And of course, sometimes for teachers, we also need to be very much involved. It definitely means that the teacher who is working in those programs need either to contribute to the teaching, but also to the other activities which are taking place in the program. So that's why sometimes, according to the period, you can be required to work, at the time when you're not at university. But again, it is part of the spirit of the summer school. The other requirement, of course, is about the language, because as again, Erin mentioned, the students, they come from different nationalities, different backgrounds. So the main language is, of course, English, which is the language of communication. And it means that teachers will have to adapt their supports and everything into this language. And also something, as I said, which could be very rewarding, but a little bit challenging, is also the fact that you need to adapt your teaching. As we said, it's a short time period. It's usually over 2 weeks when we have the student to student, the face-to-face teaching. So which means that we definitely need to adapt ourselves to the rhythm and to the intensive period. But honestly, what is satisfying definitely counterbalance those requirements. And this is why we can also say that all those things have contributed to the successes of those summer schools. So from all the, I would say, all the feedbacks that we had from the other partners, we can say that one element, which is definitely a big success, is when the students can share those 2 weeks together, because most of the time they are hosted in the same place. So which means that they not only attend courses, but they definitely live those 2 weeks together. and which means that the students are still in touch or create their network, which is also very important for their future. And I must say that from experience, the EDUC school that we did 2 years ago, I still have some students who are still in touch and interacting from the first edition. So which tells you that it's not only for 2 weeks, it can be, you know, for deeper relations. The designs, of course, of the programs were all very interesting and quite, I would say, also engaging for teachers and students, especially as we relied on a lot of collaboration between different universities, so which was definitely a bonus for most of the programs. Again, they were more or less project or goal driven, which gives a different motivation, and the students, from the feedbacks we had, definitely appreciated the fact that at the end of those 2 weeks, they could actually see the result of those workshops that they followed. And of course, because it is a summer school, we also had all the social and cultural input, which also helped the students to discover a new culture, a new way of life. And for most of them, it was also the opportunity to travel abroad. Again, from our own experience, we had students where it was the first opportunity for them to go abroad and to definitely be involved in the everyday life of the country. So that was very rewarding for them. Again, some programs were supported by the local companies, which was, again, something very satisfying, because the students could see what it was like. They could visit the companies, they could work in cooperation with them. So they definitely had the feeling that they could do something together, and not only for studies in theory. So that was, again, something which was considered as very successful. During those programs, we also had the help of student assistants. In each program, some students were given the role of doing the interaction between the students and the teachers or the admin staff of the summer school. And I think that we were very happy and very satisfied with all the work and their engagement during those programs. And on top of it, I think that Professor Janek this morning gave you an introduction about the experience we had at NSAT. We definitely felt a difference thanks to the intercultural communication workshop that we had during the 2 editions of our summer school, building an atmosphere of tolerance between the students and helping them to not to judge about what was going on, but trying to reflect about what things could be done differently. And honestly, from the experiences that we had 2 years ago and this year, it definitely added a very nice atmosphere. I would say people were always quite open-minded and very tolerant to whatever was going on. And of course, because with the summer school of EDUC, you have a variety of students. You don't exactly have one nationality or one group being bigger than the others. So it creates definitely some equality between the students, which is also something which is very favorable for those summer schools. So, so I don't know, Irene, if you want to add something about the successes, but I think that this is what most of the successes were from.
Yeah, I would just briefly say I think that that it's important for us to like pause and really recognize how far I think the different summer schools came on creating the summer schools in the way that they were. I think that this is a really good thing that anyone who is thinking to organize a summer school can take into account these things that we've discussed today. And also, I want to also just take a moment that if anyone does have questions, that you can write it in the chat, and we will have we'll be able to have a little bit of time to answer some questions. But Yes. Otherwise, I think we can move on to the lessons learned, as you should do with any educational opportunity to focus on how to improve. So.
Yes, of course, and of course now, because we have the feedback about the experience that we had with those summer school, the things that, as we said, we would do differently, and we already did differently this year for us, was that of course we could measure the workload which was given to the students, because as we said, it's an intensive course, but we need to be careful not to make it too intensive as well. So I think that for some of the teachers, we tried to lighten the workload which was given. And also something which is also very important, it's to give and to communicate the expectations and all the assessments and what will be required from the student from the start. I think it's very important to clarify it so that when the students, they come, they know exactly what is expected from them and what will be the outcome, because otherwise it can be a bit confusing for them and not so enjoyable. But if you set your targets very clearly at the beginning, it's something that can help a lot. And communication, of course, is at the core of it. I must say that we were very grateful also to all the support we had from the EDUC members, but also the organization which worked behind, because they made the communication, easier. But this is something to take into deep consideration, so that, again, information and expectation are clearly given. When you come to consider the academic focuses, you need, again, to make sure that, and that's a problem we had with our summer school, is that you can broaden this summer school to a big number of students with a minimum of prerequisite. Because, of course, if you ask some prerequisite, it means that, of course, you will be a little bit limited to attract students. So you need, of course, to make it as broad as possible. And if you can also, I would say, mix students from different departments, that is probably something which is also a bonus in your summer school. You need also to be careful in the EDUC not to have an overlap of topics, because as Erin mentioned, there were about 10 or 11 summer schools. And so you need to be careful that the summer schools, they don't exactly run into competition, because that's not the point. The point is to offer a variety of topics and a variety of subjects that the students can follow. So that's something, again, to take into consideration. Regarding the difficulties, one difficulty we didn't have, but could occur in the future, I don't know yet, is that the students, thanks to EDUC, benefited from substantial grants. And those grants were really a major incentive for some students to go abroad and to enjoy those programs, because most of their expenses were covered by the EDUC program this year. And that was something which was, I would say, very comfortable for the students, but also for the organizers, because we knew that we could afford to give them the best that we could provide. But regarding the next generation of summer school in EDUC, at the moment, I don't exactly have all the information about it, but this is something to be considered. Of course, the collaboration is very important, especially the collaboration, I would say, among academics, but also the people who are in charge of organizing and the organizers, because you need to be in very close relation, and again, you need to communicate quickly and efficiently if you want it to be working. And another difficulty, but I think that this is something which has already mentioned before in the other chat, is that of course, because we come from different universities and different countries, the academic calendars might not be compatible. So you need to be careful about when you want to do it, so that you won't stop students, having courses or exams in their university. But I think that this last point can be a little bit difficult to solve, because as you know, we have some constraints regarding our academic calendar. But of course, it is better when you can organize it definitely in the summer, so that more students can join the program. And so now I think I will leave Erin to tell you exactly how you can connect and how you can let the people who are organizing know that you're interested in establishing a program like this.
Yeah, so I think that that's actually the connecting the collaboration and the academic calendars is, luckily for probably most people that would be watching this, is not the biggest concern. That's actually where your EDUC team would come into play, is to kind of help with these recommendations, or your general international office. So I think the main piece of recommendation I would have for anyone who's been watching today and who is maybe thinking how to get engaged in the next version of EDUC is to make sure that you are reading the emails when they come up with new proposals. If you see an email that comes through asking for a proposal for a summer school, you should definitely reply to it. But you can also be proactive and let your team know that you are interested in it, so that if these opportunities do come up, they can like reach out to you also directly and let you know that there's now an opportunity, whereas maybe at the time of you emailing originally, there wasn't that possibility at that exact moment. I do want to emphasize that there is the probability that in EDUC 2, which we are moving towards, there might not be specifically EDUC summer schools, but there will be summer schools designed for EDUC students to participate in. So I would recommend to not limit, to think like, if there's not something specifically being opened up by EDUC for me to teach in, then there's no opportunities. That's not necessarily the case. Talk to your international offices and maybe your departments and see if you could actually organize a summer school that then can be opened up to the students in the consortium, or maybe half the students in the consortium and then half students from other universities from around the world. And a couple of things that I just really want to emphasize is that if anyone is thinking, okay, I do want to propose something, it does require looking ahead. At this moment, if you are thinking about proposing something, you're most likely looking for proposing for something in 2024, which I think for many people can be kind of crazy we're still in 2022, and now is the time to be thinking ahead so far in the future. But it does take about 10 months at minimum to organize such courses, and that's 10 months from the time that it's decided that you will actually, or you will run it. The preliminary stages of finding out what is the necessities, do you need to work within a budget or anything like that, should happen earlier. And if you want to take advantage of other funding means, this is definitely why you should talk to your international office, because they will tell you what the opportunities are. For example, the Erasmus Plus BIP program, projects need to be proposed, not finalized, you don't need a detailed syllabus or anything. You just need to know that you want to do something in January or February in 2023. So in 2-3 months, you kind of need to already state your intention to organize something for 2024. So in our goals to keep it short, sweet, and practical, I want to leave it on that. But your next steps, definitely, if interested, to reach out to your EDUC team and your international office. It doesn't look like there are any questions in the chat, but I do see that one student who was a participant, or maybe it was a teacher, in the social work and ecology program, said that she had a really great experience and that it helped develop the research questions for the community participation project later on in the studies. And I think that that's just a good example of how even such a short period, because this course was also one of the blended programs, so partially online and only 1 week in person. So just even having 1 week in person can give you a lot to grow your studies. And that, I think, is the benefit. Claire, I don't know if you have any last words of wisdom or anything that you would like to pass on.
Yeah, no, I would just say that, I definitely say to teachers, So go forward and just do it, because I mean, for us at least, and from the experience we had, it was something, you know, I mean, unforgettable, and that we try to redo again next year. So which means that we are definitely satisfied with this program.
Great. Thank you everyone for your attention. So I will now pass it to the next people who will be presenting about, it's a group of students who will be presenting about their experiences in various opportunities. Welcome, Kassan and Wim, and enjoy your conversation.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so thank you for letting us share our experiences. So my name is Rimela Louis from University of Paris-Nanterre. I'm a former student of University of Paris-Nanterre, and I was part of the EDUC program. So in an internship in research. It was for during 2 months in University of Cagliari in Italy. And I'll let you present yourself, Rasen.
Sure, thank you. So hello everyone, my name is Rasen, I'm 25 years old. I'm a student of the University of Cagliari, currently pursuing a master's degree in international management. And I have participated in 3 programs of EDUC, and I'm gonna talk about them a little bit later after Reem.
Okay. So as I said, I was in an internship in research. So it was a period of 2 months, and I will share more of my personal experience, which I think was a really good experience overall. So there is this one sentence that I still repeat to myself, which is take your time. And I think this sentence resonated with me the moment my tutor, my research tutor, my internship tutor said it to me. And it might seem a little bit normal for anyone else, sorry, but it made me realize so many things at the moment, some things that I was struggling with, and that helped me to understand why I was here in this internship. So I received first a notification on my email box, my university email box for the opening application of EDUC programs. And there were a lot of options, which were like year gaps or a gap year, sorry, or a research internship. And I didn't know which way I was going through. I'm really an undecided person, so it was really difficult, but I was still really interested in research. I've had courses during my bachelor's degree in psychology. I had courses on psychology, on methodology, and so on. So I hoped on the occasion, and I chose to do the internship research. So it was on psychology, developmental psychology, and lifespan, and it was for me it was the occasion to learn how to work with the team on a subject that was really interesting and really interesting. Well, so I was with the research team. I was welcomed by the professor that was meant to be my tutor. So from the day I arrived, I had the chance to meet the whole team. They presented their work, their research subjects, which were really what's the word? There were a lot of research team, a research subject, and I didn't knew at the time every subject, but it was the the occasion to learn new things, and I did learn new things. So so it was a lot, but also it was really interesting. And the whole time I was surrounded by professionals, by psychologists, by researchers, and they were source of a high level of training, and it really helped me to focus on what I was doing here. And also it was a really good way, sorry, to exchange ideas, to understand the subjects in psychology, but more in a deeper way, to acknowledge new subjects. And also it allowed me to develop a sort of sense of belonging, of being part of the research group. They were really trying to push me to work on the subject, to look after references, sources on the subject. There were a lot of there were a lot of how can I say? Sorry, I don't know how to say it, but they were after me. They were trying to push me to elaborate on every subject, as I was part of the team, as I was a real researcher. And so it was really really easy to work and talk about my ideas. And I also had other experiences apart from the research part. It was on, for example, I attended on a conference on disability. I coded a psychological test, so it was really wide, and there was a lot of experiences that are for me important. And apart from the professional experiences, I had also met a lot of people, and it was from all over the world. I made real friends, and I think they will be friends for life, I guess, for my part. And for as I said in the beginning, my professor told me, I still call her my professor, but she told me to take my time, and I really took my time to understand and consider what I wanted to do in my career, the real purpose of why I wanted to be a psychologist. I also took the time to share moments with people, to understand their their way of thinking, and really create memories. And that's why I wanted to share my experience, which I think made me stronger and resilient on to any situation. And I hope I will get to have other opportunities like this one. So if you have any questions, you can ask me, and I will let Yahya Hassan talk about his different EDUC experiences. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I will pass on if no one has questions. Probably not. So yeah, let's move on. So hello everyone. I'm gonna talk about my first experience with EDUC. It was EDUC Entrepreneurship Days. It was in Paris last year. So the first thing that I've noted about EDUC, that the application process is quite smooth. Usually it's about writing a letter of motivation, proving why you're interested in the program and what's going to be your added value during this program, what are the things that you are trying to benefit from. and having like the minimum language certification. For most programs is going to be in English. So probably if you have good level of English, it's going to help you a lot through your application. They don't require anything about passing exams or scores exams to get your application passed. So that's a great thing about it. And about entrepreneurship days, we were consisted in 6 teams coming from 6 different universities. The good thing about it, it was like a hackathon for entrepreneurial competition. But the great thing, it was 4 students participated from 6 different universities. And we had like a team leader who had a project representing his university innovation lab or co-working space. So we worked within 48 hours on projects that were not ours, but we had to adapt within the team. We had to think about new ideas. We had to improve the idea itself and try to present it in a commercial way that is going to generate revenues for the idea itself. It was very interesting, and I had to meet with people from different countries, different cultures, and different universities. And we had a lot of different ideas. And the thing was, we had diverse backgrounds, people studying engineering, me myself studying business, other people studying sociology, psychology. So each one of us had his own thing that he's specializing in, and we had to consult like a lot of expertise, and each one had his own role within all of these 6 ideas, and we had some very interesting ones. And it was a very good experience because we also had the contacts of each other. So it didn't stop only at the event in Paris. I personally remained friends with a lot of people during that program, and I had to consult some of them on different projects that I had to sustain during the year. And knowing that one of them was a designer, the other one was a bioengineer, and they helped me in certain phases of my educational life. And for the second event that I had the chance also to participate in, it was Green City. So this one was quite special because it was hybrid. So we had classes online during the semester, studying about the environment, studying about recycling, and also having like some seminars with different professors. And in the end, we had to meet in Brno for a week to concretize the ideas that we have built throughout the course. And we had like many visits on sites. We had to consult a lot of professionals. And in the end, we had to present in front of in the commune, which is in English, I forgot the name. I was saying in Italian, and we had to present our ideas and write a report about everything we did, which was super interesting. Also, it was the participation of 6 universities. I had people. I had people that I've met in the previous event, which was super interesting, and one of them was in my team. So that was a great coincidence since we knew each other. We were used to the way of the work, and we did actually quite well. And during this event, we admitted that there are some things to improve, especially during the online courses, that they were not so frequent. They were like one course per week, and when we had to meet, like when we met in Brno for the week, we discussed like certain things to improve for the course, and we had like very positive feedback from it. And lastly, I am participating in the gap year in the University of Paris-Nanterre for a semester. So I'm having different courses, not necessarily all of them are from business background. So I had the opportunity to go and choose courses that have like maybe zero relation with what I'm studying right now. But it's a great thing that I can grasp a little bit more knowledge about different subjects, and that I personally maybe would not have the chance to study them in a different place or in a different situation, which is also a great added value about the whole gap year semester or 1 year exchange. So I would encourage all of the students who are watching or maybe heard anything about EDUC to apply in the programs offered by EDUC, because as I've said, the application process is quite smooth. It's very simple. It doesn't require you like anything special. It's about going for it, trying to live another experience. Also, I would note the fact that most of the EDUC programs were there was like a financial grant that for the most part covered all of the expenses. I know the fact that for us students, sometimes it's, well, most of the time with the inflation and the economic crisis right now, to try to spend less money to survive during the year and everything. So this is a huge bonus and then a huge incentive to participate in the EDUC programs, since most of the times you will find that everything you spend is reimbursable, and in the end you had like an amazing experience. You also didn't spend so much money, and you had the chance to travel, to meet people from different cultures, different countries, and build relationships that maybe last for a lot longer than you might think. That's for sure. And at the end, I would thank you all of you for your attention. The online event is over, but you can always contact us in the comments on social media or through the edu team on your university, whatever university you're in right now. And probably I would wish for all of you to visit the other universities and different edu programs and build friendships and gather experiences. Thank you.